And the microphone is on. Welcome everyone, glad to have you all on board today. It is a very, very warm day here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where I am. It's even warmer than Pensacola, Florida. How about that? Anyway, welcome everyone, glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And yes, indeed, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. First thing I gotta say is, what's shaking? And I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about. And anodyne, I hope I said that correctly there, but welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And if you're interested in science and volcanoes and things like that, this is a pretty good channel for that. You get facts, not fiction. I do really stress on that. We don't try to come up with false statements. We are not a channel of trying to, incite fear into people or anything like that. It's a straightforward stuff that we have here about volcanoes, and no, I'm not a real doctor. Just so you're all aware of it. Well, everyone here is already aware of that, but that's okay. And Johnny has it right. Best volcano channel in all YouTube. There you go. And I see our wonderful lava lady is back. I haven't seen you for a while. Good to see you again, and welcome back. Been a while, so all good. Anyway, let's get at things. And of course, Dan was the first guy in today again. He's pretty quick, quick on the draw. Very, very quick on the draw. So Dan gets the cookies, and that's all good. If you are hearing fan noise in the background, it's because it is it's 34 degrees Celsius in my office here. So I need to have that fan on. I do have it on low, but you probably can hear it, and it's unfortunate, but I need to have it on. Otherwise, I will expire. Anyway, we'll get at saying hello to everyone. And then we will go around and see what the heck is going on in our volcano world. And we've got a few things to report. Namely, things that are shaking and things that are baking. And of course, Iceland is shaken. So you blew me away, Doctor. Oh, John, what are we going to do with you? Anyway, welcome everyone. We'll say hi to John and Johnny and Oh Mummy of Hamsters and Dan and Sue. And going up the list, we see Lava Lady, of course. And who else? Kevin Haynes is on board. Henry Nelson is here. Welcome. Going up real quick, Anodyne, of course, welcome, and first time here, so hopefully you will enjoy the channel, or the streams at least. We try to keep it up to date, and do have daily streams, and if our good C&D boy will type in VolcanoX, you'll even see it's a daily stream. Also welcome to, let's see, who else we got in here? EC is back. Welcome, EC. And EC was peeking at the volcano, trying to figure out which volcano the secret volcano is for today. And I kind of smirked. It looks like some other volcano, and I'm hoping for a bunch of wrong guesses today. I'm hoping I can make it happen again, that people are not going to be able to guess. Anyway, we also have Hermione and Fluffy in here. Welcome. Did I see Henry already? I think I did. And let's see, who else we got on board? Going scrolling up to say hi to the rest of the good people. We got John and Johnny both. Kevin Haynes we got. Okay, scrolling up, looking for more. Dan, of course, got the cookies. So I won't mention Dan, but Hey, Dan, how come you never say hi to Gaines? And Gaines, how come you never say hi to Dan? Hi, Gaines, and welcome. Never mind. I'm just bugging you. I'm sure you could throw things at him from where you're sitting. And let's see. Who else we got in here? Still scrolling up, looking for more trouble to get into. Still going up. And Brian Perfectability 999 also here. Welcome back. And still scrolling, looking for more. We've got Philomena back in as well. Welcome, Philomena. And I think I'm all the way to the top, so let me go all the way back down to the bottom. We'll see if I missed anyone like Mars 2028 who just landed. And Jona from Iceland is here. Jona, how come you're shaking all of Iceland? It's shaking. We see more quakes happening there. Are you over at Catla sitting beside the sensor jumping up and down? Huh? I'm wondering. I think we've got everyone. I think we got everyone. Anyway, if I did not call your name out and didn't say hi to you, don't panic. It wasn't done intentionally. And we sometimes miss when we're scrolling up, looking at all the names here in the studio screen, sometimes miss a name or two. So don't be offended, and speak up if I didn't say your name, and I will make sure. Yes, EC, don't you say anything, you snickering. Yeah, it's a secret. Of course it's a secret. You're trying to figure out which one it is. And I'm hoping that somebody is going to do that. Yes, I'm getting at that, Sue, the moderators. We will say hi to all of them. And of course, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as possibly Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas, and even Mona Lisa Smiles. Can I stir what? Can I, sir, next to your? Oh boy! Careful, careful with Gaines. Gaines is definitely. She's close enough to Dan to pull his beard. Okay, so be careful. And Dan, of course, is not that old. He's you know, a young, robust man there. Oh boy. Oh, you can tell us, EC. We won't tell anyone else. Yeah, sure, Dan. Anyway. So, as did anyone see what happened to Fuego this morning? Holy macaroni. Talk about eruption. And yeah, it was very, very nice to see, well, somewhere around just after midnight or 1 a.m., Fuego started, and it basically got into the eruptive mode, and I've never seen Fuego continue erupting like that. And it went, and because we can't see it right now, I don't know if it is still erupting. So Fuego just absolutely went crazy, and I did manage to record a good chunk of it. We also have a time lapse that I prepared out of what we've seen there. But yeah, Fuego was just going bonkers, and it's very interesting, and that includes some pyroclastic flows down the southwestern side of the volcano. And I'm certainly hoping that it did not affect anyone locally there, that these flows were not that far, that it would have caused issues for the locals, but it's why we're here. Oh, is that why you're here? Yeah, thanks for the clip. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters, you're welcome. No worries, I don't charge extra for it, I promise. But I do like it if you guys watch at least one or two of the commercials once in a while. That helps me gain a little bit of money on those. Speaking of that, there is no, the stream here is not monetized, just so everyone else knows and remembers that. So we do it for the love of science and the love of volcanoes, of course. Anyway, let's get at things here. I want to start off in Hawaii, and I'm trying to see if I can find my Hawaii screen real quick. Where the heck is my Hawaii screen? Oh boy, it's gone missing again. Somebody took it. No, there it is. All right, let's yeah, that happens every once in a while for well, you guys know how it works. Oh, there's the secret volcano. Let's not look at that too much. EC will figure it out, and I'm hoping EC is wrong today. Because it certainly looks like a different volcano from this angle. Anyway, let's turn that banner off, and we will turn the secret volcano off, and we'll get over to Hawaii. There is Helemaumau crater in Hawaii, and of course we are still seeing the old west vent, the old west lava pond, both smoking away there, and of course nothing from that central vent, not much coming out of the southeast corner here either. So that's kind of what we've got. Still no action, you witch. Oh, EC, be nice, be nice. I think you meant wish. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Be nice, EC. Anyway, let's go with looking at what we've got. It hasn't collapsed, obviously. We had more quakes in the area. Still nothing erupting. Of course, we're expecting something to happen with all those quakes that have been swarming the area in the last few days. So let's carry on. This, of course, was yesterday's shot from the southeast area there. There's what today is looking like. Looks like we've got a little bit of raindrops coming down. But southeast lava pond, central vent, the west lava pond, and then the west vent over there. And nothing has changed really. We do still see lots of steam coming off the sides, and nothing more. No collapses, and no eruptions elsewhere that we know about. This is yesterday's B1 camera view. Let's refresh that. Yep, as I thought, steam in the way because of that rain that's happening right now. So not a very good shot for us. Of course, there's your southeast lava pond, and yeah, I don't know, we're keeping an eye on these rocks. I don't know if they're growing or what the heck is going on, but this one wasn't that tall yesterday. This one was. Maybe we've got things changing there. Things are getting pushed up, or the other area is dropping lower. OneFish26, welcome. And Lizoid is also here, welcome. I'm going to refresh that thermal image. Yeah, because of the rain, it's going to be a little bit washed out. Get it? It's rain, it's washed out. Never mind. Bad humor. We can't see the southeast crater. We can't barely see the lava pond there. We are seeing the hotspot down here, still in existence. I'm not sure why that guy is still glowing, but hey, it's there. So we'll leave Hawaii be though, and we'll go to our next place to see what is shaking, and that of course is Iceland. So let's go over to Iceland. Oh, and that's not where I want to go, but and that's okay, hang on. I'll get things straightened out here. One step at a time. It's very hot, so my brain isn't fully functioning. And let's get over to the Icelandic screens here. And of course, there is what it looks like at Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. Wonky Donkey is here. Welcome. We do see it's raining there right now. That's better than snowing for sure. If we back that up about 10 hours or so, we do see that it was raining there as well at 10 hours ago. So it's been a rainy day in Iceland, unfortunately. And there you can see Reykjavik, and of course the mountains in the background. Still a little bit of snow left on top. Can't see too well in the far distance here, but not that much snow left up there either. So very cool. And we'll put that one back on live. It looks wet there, definitely. Is that green over here? I see greenery. Stuff is growing. Oh my God, they got things growing there. Let's make that smaller. We'll go over to the next shot. This one, of course, is just beside it. The first and this shot here are, of course, right beside, well, they're from the Perlin Center, on top of the Perlin Center. There you can see the regional airport, and of course the other shot would be just to the right side of this one. Unfortunately, visibility is relatively poor. Let's go back about 9 or 10 hours there as well and see what it looked like on this view. Well, it's not that bad. You can see Kaleir over here, so that is definitely in existence. And yeah, grass is still brown, not green yet, but I'm sure it will turn soon enough. Yep, not much more looking at that. We'll leave that one be, put it back to small, go to the next one. And of course, this is our Reykjanes Peninsula shot, and of course it's raining there too from the looks of things, or at least very foggy. There's our two radio towers from the military. The lights over there is the town of Grindavik, and of course we see the steam geysers there and out in the back and all along here. And of course, as of just a couple of days ago, these ones over here were turned on because they are all exhaust pipes from the power plant here. And the reason they turn them on is because they have enough steam coming up because of a supposed magma intrusion underneath the peninsula. So that is always interesting. Anyway, yep, steam geysers doing their thing, and you can see the lighthouse beam going around there as well. Pretty cool. And let's go back about 10 hours as well on this one, and just give you a quick peek to see what it is like 10 hours ago. There we go. And yeah, you can barely see Ragnar in the background there, that little rise right there. Can't see the town of Grindavik very well at all. Definitely not see the towers, but we do see the vents steaming. At least this one here and the ones out in the front. They don't have the back ones opened up, so I'm sure that they're trying to make extra power for something. But hey, that's the way it is. So that is what we've got going on there. Let's put that one back to live. And we will go make that smaller, go back to, oh, not there, this one. This one, of course, is Katla, and everybody wants to know about Katla. Let's go back as far as we can. I don't believe we can see Katla today. I checked earlier a couple of times, and I was kind of disappointed that it's raining, but I was hoping, you know, if there's something happening, we could see it. But Katla is under the ice mountain over here behind these clouds, unfortunately. And as you can see, it is raining there. That is about 11 and a half or 11 hours and 45 minutes ago. This is about, 9 hours and 15 minutes ago. A very, very poor visibility there, unfortunately. So kind of what we see, you can see a little bit more of the mountains here, but we still can't see Katla. So I don't think we're going to be able to see it today, but I'm not going to worry about that. We know it has not erupted yet. At least Yona didn't tell us. Anyway, let's put it back on live. That's the top secret. You should not know about the magma intrusion. No, no, don't mention the magma intrusion. You're not supposed to know about that. Anyway, let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts. I'm going to refresh that because that is not up to date. And we'll see some more shakers in there. So, of course, this is for our Frankenfeld region. That is where Ragnar and Siggy live, our two volcanoes that we started with. So that's where we start. Anyway, you can see some very large spikes in here. And that is always interesting because we know that there has been some shakers going on. So looking at what we've got though, our extra low frequency here did kind of curve back down. That of course is usually indicating magmatic movement. And then our green colors here, our intermediate frequency, if you want to call it that, is our seismic, and it too is a little bit further back down. And then we look at our blue, which is our tectonic movement, and you can see some pretty heavy duty action in there right around well, I'll call it the later part of the morning, and that is pretty awesome. So very cool to see that. Let's take a look though at further up at Askia, and of course everyone always says Askia is going to pop, but you know, still not. Anyway, magmatic holding pretty steady, slight incline if anything, but nothing really crazy, and our seismic holding pretty steady, and of course our tectonic reacting to those quakes, and you can see the one is right off the top here. So busy, busy, busy as far as quakes. And we'll take a look and see what our Grimsey is like. Grimsey, of course, being the more northernmost point. And let's see if we can get to that one next. And even on the Grimsey chart, we see one big spike there going all the way up. So that's a good indicator that at least one of those quakes really shook the island. Anyway, we do see the magmatic did increase, but then it took a nosedive. Same thing with our seismicity for the most part. And up there in the northern portions of Iceland, that is also indicating that our tectonic movement is gone way, way down. So kind of interesting. Now looking at the one from Grindavik, of course, to the southwest, directly to the southwest of Frankenfeld, we do see those other spikes in there, not quite as pronounced as the other one, but it's there. Magmatic going back down, seismic a steady decline, and of course looking at our tectonic movement up and down, and we'll take a look for those huge quakes in a second or two. Anyway, let's drop down here a little bit more, and we'll take a look at the one for Kristavik. Kristavik, of course, being to the northeast of Frankenfeld, whereas Grindavik is to the southwest. And of course, Kristavik, right off the chart because of the design of their number scale here. I wish they'd redo that, but it is way up there, and same kind of a magmatic movement and seismic as, and you know, seeing what we got here though, it does look like it took a bigger hit as far as less action for our tectonic movement. So kind of makes you question, why are we seeing that much less tectonic activity in comparison to what we had at Frankenfeld. So let's go back up, and we'll leave it on Frankenfeld for now. Then we'll go over and take a look at the earthquakes, and there are a few. And the funny part is, and they removed some. Where are we? There we are. Got it. And the funny part was they removed, pardon me, two of the 4-point somethings for a little while, then they put them back on. And I was kind of going, huh? What the heck are they doing? Anyway, my initial observation, of course, was that we ended up with a 4.54 magnitude-wise, coming in at 946, and a 4.78 coming in at 947. And then they changed all the numbers. Well, they took them off and they changed all the numbers. And I thought, what are you guys doing? But anyway, so they did get them back on there, but they put different times on. Anyway, obviously you can see where it is, right in here. And there is a lot of activity there, and quite a few earthquakes. So we'll get to these in a second. I want to go and take a look at the peninsula first, though. And we'll take a look at that because we do have a swarm happening there as well. And that is very cool and interesting because that is just right at the tip of the peninsula. Anyway, let's get at them. 7:10 a.m. we had a 0.881, and that was 1.8 kilometers down. Next one is from 4:26 a.m. magnitude 1.42, 7.2 kilometers down. Then we got a 0.6, 6.2 clicks down from 8:45. Going to zoom in here a little bit so we can break some of these up. We'll grab this bigger one first. 3.36 in magnitude, 4.8 kilometers down, 8:08 a.m. for him. Then we've got a 1.23, 4.8 clicks down, 8:10 was the time on that. At 9:09 we had a 1.7, 5.1 kilometers down. And then we have a 1.26, 3.3 clicks down from 8:55 a.m. Zooming in a little bit more and breaking them up a little more so I can get at all of them. 1.22 from 4.4 kilometers down, 7:02 a.m. 2.66, 4.3 kilometers down, 6:50 a.m. Then this guy is a 2.21, 4.2 clicks down, 6:54. Next is a 1.22, 4.3 clicks down, 7:43. 1.88, and that is 4.2 kilometers down, 7:59 this morning. 2.04, 4.3 kilometers down, and that is from 9 minutes after 7 a.m. 1.99, 4.3 clicks down, seems to be the depth for most of these today. 6:47 a.m. for him, 1.44, and that is 4.2 clicks down, 8:02 a.m. Then we've got this 0.79, 3.7 kilometers down, 6:49 a.m. And there's another 7.9, 3.7 clicks down from 9:16 a.m. Then we've got this one here, 1.67. 3.8 clicks down from 6:47. Did I get that? 1.25, 4 kilometers down, 6:43. Let's grab this 2.53, 4.4 clicks down, 6:41 a.m. We got that 1.67. Let's do the 1.99, 3.9 kilometers down from 12:09. And then we've got a 1.43, 3.8 clicks down, and that is 8:01 a.m. And a 1.81 in magnitude, 3.8 kilometers down, and that is from 8:01 as well. So those are the ones out in the water. Well, hang on, we got a couple more over here. A magnitude 1, 7.3 kilometers down, 8:02. 1.02, 4.8 clicks down, and that is at 1:24 a.m. The other one is another 1.1. 8.6 kilometers down, 6:53. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And of course, the lighthouse that we were looking at is right here, and that, of course, is looking over here towards the power plant, as well as over here at Grindavik, and the radio towers right there. And there's a Grindavik. And of course, for those guys not familiar with this map, this is the Blue Lagoon. There's the power plant right beside it. And if we go zoom back out, there's Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reikensmar, Jarvik, and we'll keep going. And this outline here, if we move it down a little bit, that is of course our Fragelfjord zone, and we only see one quake in there. That is a point 4.6 kilometers down from 1027. I wish there was more action there. This is the location of Ragnar, and that is the location of Siggy Fisher right there in the Meradalja Valley. Going over a little bit more, this is Krusevik right there, and we have a 0.61, 3.3 kilometers down, 47 minutes after midnight for him. Then up here we see a 0.4, 200 meters down, and that is from 1801. Moving over a little bit more, we see a 0.4, fairly fresh, 2228, and 1.1 kilometer down for him. And let's grab these ones up here. There's 3 or 4. 0.85, 9.1 clicks down at 9:12 a.m. Then 1.48, 4.2 kilometers down, and that came in at 7:47. 1.27, 4.8 kilometers down. 6:52 is the time on that, and 5:20 a.m. we had a magnitude 1.29. And that came in at 5.3 kilometers down. All right, so zooming back out a little bit, and we take a look. Let's grab this guy here, and that is a 0.8, 3 kilometers down, and that was at 8:09. And we got enough time to go and get into this mess. So at Katla, surprisingly, we are not seeing anything at Eyjafjallajökull over here at all. No quakes. And that is kind of a surprise, because you'd think, at least one of these would have shaken something loose over there. Let's start out with this 1.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 3:49 a.m. And we got a 0.5, that is the latest one. 23:10 is the time on it. 1.1 clicks down. And we'll zoom in just a little bit more. We'll grab that 0.6, 1.1 kilometer down, 310, 2310 I mean, and this one is 2.76, 135 meters down, and that is 10:06 a.m. Then we've got from 12:16, 1.21, 135 meters down. 1.91, 135 meters down from 10:23. The 0.95, same depth, 0.93 magnitude from 12:28. The 0.3 is a little bit deeper, 1.1 kilometer down from 16:30. Then we've got a 0.87, same depth again, 135 meters down. From 10:26, and this one here, 0.76, again the same depth, 135 meters down. And just to let you know, that is all in the ice. Okay, 135 meters, that's 300 and just about 400 feet. That is ice, and I'm wondering what the heck is going on. 11:06 is the time on that 0.75. Then we got a little 0.5 down here, 1.1 kilometer down, and that is 14:44. And next one is 2.35, again 135 meters down, 10:36 is the time on that. And then we've got a 0.9, 1.1 kilometer down, and that is 16:34. 1700, we had a 0.7, 1.1 kilometer down. We have a 135 meters down, and that is from 10:33 a.m. 0.93, same depth, and 12:04. 0.63, same depth, from 9:58. And let's grab that 0.3. We got him earlier. The 0.87, 135 meters down, 10:26. 0.6 from 135 meters down, and 1057. This 1.37, 135 meters down, and that is from 1039. That 0.63, same thing, from 958. Going over here, we see that 1.82, again 135 meters down, 1007 is the time. This 0.92, same thing, from 1423. And then we've got a 1.93, again same thing, 135 meters down, from 1001. And let's grab this big one, 4.59, 144 meters down, and that is from 9:52 a.m. This is the one that they changed. That was originally at a 4.78, and it was originally written as 9:47, and they changed it by about 5 minutes, and I'm surprised at that. Next we have, let's see if we can get in there, get that 1.11, and that is 135 meters down from 1313. And next is this 4.26, 144 meters down, 9:47, and that is the same time as what the original one was. Maybe they downgraded that one, and the other one is a new one. I have no idea. 4.35 in magnitude, 144 meters down, 9:46 a.m. That would make sense. So if these two are the original two, this is an additional one that came in afterwards. But they did decrease the level of this one from the 4.78 and down to, 4.26. So interesting. Anyway, this 2.67, 135 meters down, 9:56 is the time on him. And let's see if we can get in here. The 1.58. I know it's a Pepsi time. I want to finish these off here at a cat lap, and then we'll take that break. There's only a few left. 9:48, we had a 1.58, 135 meters down. Then we've got another one, same depth, 2.36, and that is 9:42. And then we've got a 0.66 here, same depth again, 15:19. We've got this 2.68, same depth, from 9:49. We got this 1.78, same depth, 10:49. 1.4, same depth, 10:01. And 1.24, same depth, 9:50. 0.86, same depth, 13:56. 0.95, same depth, 15:50, 15 minutes after 10. And this one here, 0.56, and that is 503 meters down, a little bit different, 9:52 a.m. So yeah, did we get that? 0.65, 135 meters down, 9:41. All right, I'm sure I got them all now in that mess. So we'll come back after the break, and we'll carry on with the rest of them. So it's really interesting to see that stack, to see them all so close to the surface. 135 meters equates to about 500 feet down, likely all in the ice yet. I'm sure the ice is not necessarily 500 feet thick or 135 meters down in all those places, but that is what we're seeing. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go for a break, you guys. You can probably hear my voice is getting a little raspy, so we need to do that. Oop, a wrong click. There, that's the right click. All right, don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show and just peeking in. After the break, we'll come back and finish off the rest of Iceland's earthquakes. And then we'll keep going and we'll talk about other things. Maybe I should treat you. Should I treat you to a little video? I think maybe I'll do that. Let's go over here We'll leave that be here for a minute. Here's the time lapse of Fuego. So we'll let that play for during the break. It's got its own music. And there it is. We'll let that play. Enjoy it while I take that break. Don't go away. I'll be back. And there we go, that microphone is back on. And Barbara, thank you very kindly for your two super chats there, as well as throwing in that one gift membership. And congratulations to Sophie who got it. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Wonky Donkey and Johnny and Sue and Henry and Hermione and Fluffy. Thank you, everyone. And Dan, way to go. Thanks for renewing your membership. That is awesome. Anyway, I kind of threw the other video on here too. I accidentally loaded the wrong one. This one was a little bit longer. This was kind of 47 minutes long. This is kind of an interlude, I guess. I was trying to do a few other things. But this was earlier, okay, just to kind of throw that in there. Time flies when you're having, when you're in great company. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters, thanks for renewing your membership as well. That is awesome. Anyway, this is in real time. And as you can see, there are some people up on the hill doing the pictures and stuff. But I want to go back to the other one, actually, and we want to stop that for a second, and we're going to go back to this one. And I am just going to adjust things here so we can see something that I wanted to point out in here. Let's see if we can get to the right spot. There. Right there. I'm going to just pause it there for a second, get my crayons working, and of course, what we see down here, you see that? That's your pyroclastic flow heading down the hill, and it is going that way. And yep, it's got a smile, and of course, we'll give it a couple of eyes. It's heading down the hill, so it's definitely doing something funny in that respect. So hope Piggy didn't eat the crayons. Oh, she likes eating the crayons. She's probably sleeping right now. She had a pretty rough day. Now there were rumors about the top being kind of disemboweled, or whatever you want to call it, broken up. I have to kind of say, well, it did get a little bit broken, but not on the side that we can see. As you can see, the earlier, and this is why I kind of had the earlier video on. Earlier, you've seen everything going straight up and not off to the side like what it is there. Yesterday, we had seen more action to the side as well. So we know that there was a little bit of a break or something in there, and obviously that has gotten bigger during the course of the night, like around 1:30 or whenever this heavy flow started. It did kind of force most of it out the side there to the southwest area. So that's kind of what we're seeing. And these flows going down the hill, that's a long way down off the top of this thing, because this is 12,000 feet plus 12,000, what is it, 236 if I recall correctly, something like that, roughly in feet, right? So fair size hill, and a long way down to the bottom, and that is kind of what we got. Another one renewing a membership, OneFish26, thank you very kindly for that. It has what? It has attitude, you bet. Absolutely. It is really cool to see that, and I'm very delighted, like when we were looking at it. Actually, if I go back, I want to go to the right one here. Yeah, go back in here just as it switched over, and into color. You know, it's very rare that we actually get that color shot and be able to see that. So it's nice to see it pluming out in color, which is really kind of nice. So definitely worthy of having a look at this a little bit more in depth, if you will. But this isn't what we're supposed to be talking about right now. Let's leave that be. I'm going to go turn that back off. And we're going back over to Iceland. Let's finish off our quakes and get at that. So, of course, everything happens all at the same time. It never just, you know, it's not just one little volcano popping, giving us a little bit of action. It's everybody is doing something. So, of course, our Icelandic earthquakes are very, very important for us. I didn't even mention we had 103 quakes in the last 24 hours. So, very, very cool. Trek 15 on board, welcome. Glad to have you here as well. And let's see, let me get back onto the right screen. Okay, so we did these guys down here. Did we catch that 0.8, 3.3 kilometers down? 8:09 was the time on that guy, and not really doing a heck of a lot there. Let's grab these other ones, see what else we've got. 0.89, 3 kilometers down, 43. There we go. 0.4, 5.2 clicks down, 5:50 a.m. Zooming in here, and of course this should be Grimsvatn if I'm correct, and there's a 0.7 of 484 meters down, and that's from 733, and then we've got a 2.44, 3.7 kilometers down from 821, and the other one beside it a 1.3, 1.7 kilometers down from 9:10 a.m. Moving over a little bit more, we don't see anything over here at Bardabunga, and I'm surprised at that because usually if we're seeing the action over at Katla, let me turn on the line here, plate the boundary. Katla, of course, being kind of at the corner, so we're always going to see some action there. But you see where the line goes here, and it's very close to Bardabunga, and we have nothing there. And you'd think if there was some tectonic movement, we'd see something in this area. Nothing though. Anyway, 0.22, 7.4 kilometers down from 336, and then we got a 1.1, 4.5 kilometers down, 336 as well. Moving up a little bit more, there's Askja, and we'll start down here, 0.2, 4.7 kilometers down from 1611. We'll grab the top one here, 1.12, 12.9, just about 13 kilometers down from that guy. 9:22 was the time on it. Then we got a 0.5, and thanks Tom, 0.1 kilometer down, or 100 meters. 7:58 is the time on that one, and then we got a 1.63, 2.8 kilometers down, 9:23, and next one is a 1.63, and that is 2.8 kilometers. Yeah, 9:23. We got that. I want the other one. There it is. 1.24, 2.7 kilometers down, and 9:26, and then we've got a 0.49. 3.2 clicks down, 9:05 a.m. Moving up a little bit more, we got those. Let's take a look up here. Only one real close to Hedebreit, and that's a 0.75 kilometers down from 1713. Moving up a little bit more, real quick, a 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down, 8:21 a.m. for him. Then we got a 0.52, 9.2 kilometers down, from 1224, 0.25, 10.8 kilometers down, 1554, 0.88, 10.8 kilometers down at 1020, 1 in magnitude, 7 kilometers down, 1908. And let's take a look. There's a few stacked up here, 3 of them. 1.56, 10 kilometers down, 1606, and 1.02, 10 kilometers down, 1055, and a 1.97 kilometers down from 1606 as well there. And next one, here's the island of Grimsey, of course, for those who aren't familiar with it. People do live there, seriously. And going over here, we see a 1.14, 11.1 kilometer down, and that is a 406 is the time on it. Then a 0.1, 5.2 clicks down, 758. A 0, 5.2 clicks down, 1810. This guy here, 0.6, a 5.2 clicks down, 9:39 a.m. And a 0.1, a 5.2 kilometers down from 1310. And then we've got a 1.6, a 7.7 kilometers down from 1835. So that is it for, we got one more up here. 0.9, 6.1 kilometers down, 2235. So that is what we've got going on so far. So it is awesome to see some bigger quakes there. But you know, again, these being 135 meters down, around 500 feet, and that is something that I really kind of have to wonder about. Either we have the ice shifting on top of the land, or we have the ice breaking. And that is very, very interesting kind of a concept there, because we're not seeing anything really deep. If we're going to see an eruption, we would see deeper quakes first, and they would come more shallow during a time. And we aren't seeing that. We're seeing these big ones right up top. And that is the oddity behind this. So did we get a shift in the tectonic plate? And because this is right at, well, I won't say it's a 90-degree corner, but it is right at a corner here, causing the ice movement. And, you know, that's kind of a weird thing. There's your corner right there. And if that kind of threw some energy in here, is it possible that that is what we've got? So very difficult to tell. And again, I'm not the scientist that would be able to say for sure yay or nay this is caused by X or Y. But this is something, it's food for thought, right? Really, really a food for thought is what it is. I'm certainly hoping that we're going to see something. That would really, really be awesome. But maybe it's El Nino on the melting the ice. Well, hey, we've had some different weather there. We've had cold, we've had hot. And it really makes us wonder, you know, we've had a bunch of rain, and yesterday was snowing again. So is that possible that we are seeing the reaction to that? Or are we indeed seeing an eruption that's going to pop out? Now, what I was mentioning earlier here about a possible magma intrusion at about 10 to 12 kilometers down, underneath our peninsula, if that is indeed fact, then it's questionable whether this is got maybe some magma under there too. But I haven't heard anything about any temperature rise or anything like that. Again, temperature rise could facilitate these quakes in the ice, and again at ground level. So you know, it's got to take everything with a grain of salt, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, it is time for a break, you guys, so I'm going to do that. And we will put you back onto our canned lava from Siggy Fisher, and that is right there, if it'll go. My computer, of course, is complaining and being very hot. It's about 34, well, just about 35 degrees above the computer there. I do have a thermometer sitting just above it, so it is quite warm here. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. So keep smiling, play nice in the lava. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in. Hit that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break. When we come back from the break, we're going to have bacon seeds. And if you're new, you'll be confused at what bacon seeds are. But you'll catch on real quick. Anyway, yeah, somebody will probably tell you. Could Hecla be getting ready to go? No, Mars, I don't think it's Hecla. I don't believe so. Anyway, I'm going to be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Be good. And here comes some music. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And glad to have you all on board. And let's see. Sue, a half hour? Half hour? Oh, let's not get into Newfoundland time. Oh, boy. Anyway, thank you, Grandma B, for gifting that one membership first off. And Anodyne, thank you for joining. I really do appreciate that, and thank you for that support. And hopefully that means that you will be coming back here for all kinds of good information that keeps coming out of here. Anyway, thank you everyone for the welcome backs from John and Scott Hartman. Welcome, by the way, as well as, did I say hi to Henry? And thank you, Mars. And Sarah's also here. Welcome, Sarah. And thank you, Sue. And Wonky Donkey say, "Oh Lord of Lava, Master of Earthquakes, Depths." Very funny, Trev. And welcome. And let's see. Epically Epic, if you're here, congratulations on receiving that membership. And thanks, OneFish26. I appreciate that, you guys. All right, so yeah, for those time zones, I did bring up that time zone chart there. I know they don't have those in Europe, and it's typically 8 hours difference. So the light blue is where I am there, where the AB is up in the top, and that is me. And then, of course, Newfoundland is the one over on the far right-hand side that is in yellow. That's half an hour out. Everybody else is an hour. So it's all good. Anyway, those are the time zones for North America, and that looks pretty cool. Anyway, it is time for our bacon seeds, so let's do that. We're going to stop our lovely lava here and freeze it right there. I like being able to freeze the volcano. That is all awesome. I do see one bunny eating, for those who need to know that. And Tom is also here. Welcome, Tom. And Pepper. And that is awesome as well. Europe has 3 time zones. Yep. The whole planet is broken down into time zones. Europe has 3. Yep, they do. Most of them are on Greenwich Mean Time. Anyway, let's go over, do our bacon seeds, and then we will do our secret volcano, which somebody has already figured out. All right, EC. Anyway, let's get over there. This is the last bacon seed from yesterday, and I hear my computer revving up here, so I'm hoping that it is not going to bog out. It is quite warm in here. I'm seeing 35 degrees right now in the office, so quite warm. Anyway, Piggy did send us some more. There's the last one from yesterday, and there's Piggy sending more bacon seeds. And here's our first one for today. And for those people who aren't familiar with bacon seeds, what does, when you see lava coming down the side of a hill, it looks like bacon. And of course, where do you get bacon from? You get bacon from bacon seeds. And that is where we got this from. It's a little bit of fun. And it's because Piggy, our wonderful moderator, kind of started it all. And it's a little bit of fun. Anyway, these guys are sleeping on a pallet. Here's the next batch. They're asleep too. Boy, oh boy, they're lazy bacon seeds. And we gotta like it. Snoozing away. Don't wake them up. They'll get mad. And let's see our next bacon seed. There's a Piggy Pet and Play. That is always fun. We'll take a look. Those guys are cute. I like them. And of course we get fresh bacon seeds every day. This is another one of that was sent in here. We got some black ones and some, well, I was going to say white, but they're not really white. And that is all okay. Next bacon seed is this one here. And, sleeping. and people are trying to wake them up. No, they're getting belly rubs. Anyway, let's keep going here. Another one. This guy is hopping right to it. Gotta love it when they hop along like that. Awesome. And next one is this guy. Uh-oh, somebody needs a hogwash. I think a hogwash is required. Those legs look like they definitely need that. And we will carry on and look for the next one. And yep, Mars, you got it. Hogwash time. Mind you, they're playing in the mud, so it is what it is. And here's another one. I don't know if he needs a hogwash. He kind of looks a little dirty, but it could be. And let's see what else we got. This guy, he's got some racing stripes. I don't think he needs a hogwash. He's okay. Let's take a look at these next ones. So see what. Oh, that guy definitely needs a hogwash. He's got dirty feet and a dirty snout. Hogwash required, and that is pretty cool. And let's see, we got one more bacon seed for today, and we'll see how small this bacon seed is. I think we need the super duper hogwash. You can't get much dirtier than that. That is a definite requirement for hogwash. Anyway, that is all fun and games, you guys. We enjoy ourselves on this show a little bit as well. I know it is science at its best, and of course that's where we get it from. It's a lazy hogwash. Yeah, probably getting all the flies off with that mud bath. Anyway, let's get back over and get into something more technical. I'm going to stop that lava flow, and we'll get at what we love doing the most here, and that's looking at our secret volcano. Oop, not that one. Not that one. How about I turn off this one? There we go. Now we will take a look and see what the secret volcano is. All right. Pardon me. Who can guess? And please be specific. All right. What time zone is it in? Henry, you're being so mean. No, it's not Shivelish. No, it's not Fuego. I figured everyone was going to say Fuego, but it's not Fuego. Oh. It's actually temperature regulated. Kevin Haynes, welcome back. It's not Etna. No, sorry, Barbara. It's not Etna. Definitely not. And, yep, there is some trickery here. There's some fox trickery. It's not Semeru. No, even if you spelt it wrong, it's still not right there, wonky donkey. Oh, it's not Popocatepetl, and you spelled that wrong too, but that's okay. And it's not Vesuvius. It's not called Shenanigans either. It's definitely not. And just to be honest and fair, there has been no trickery with this photo. It is not Sakurajima. Sorry. It is not Darnation either. I have no idea who that is, but it's not. I guarantee you. It's Shenanigans. No, it's not Shenanigans. Oh, it's going to be the next Icelandic volcano. We're going to call it Shenanigans. That'll be cool, eh? The Icelanders will kill us. Hey, Diane, welcome. It's awesome. Thank you. Pardon me. No, it is not Etna. Sorry. It's not Yellowstone. We give up. John says we give up. And no, it's not Reventador either. Nope, nope, and that's an awesome name for a volcano. Shenanigans, I bet. It would be really, really good. Um, anyway, this is the secret volcano. Yep, Barbara is surrendering. Hints. Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's within the ring of fire. It's within the ring of a fire. Wonky donkey, very observant of you. It is a volcano, yes. Uh, and it is full of shenanigans today. I love it. I really, really love it. This is wonderful. The first thing when I seen that photo, first one that I thought it was Fuego. And no, it's not Ruapehu, and it is not Fuego, though. It is not Fuego. Just to be very, very clear. In the Ring of Fire, all of them are in the Ring of Fire. No, they're not all in the Ring of Fire. No, it is not Krakatau either. Sorry. No, it's not in Japan, Anodyne. Sorry. It's not in Japan. That's your next hint. I'm going to give you another hint. It is in the southern hemisphere. Mount Augustine. No, sorry, Mars, it's not. It's not in the Philippines. And don't ask countries, okay? That is not going to come out. Which hemisphere? The southern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere. Okay, I'm giving you plenty of hints here. It's not Mayon. It's not Yasur. Sorry, it's not Karangatang. No, sorry, Dan. It's. I knew I'd get everybody on this one. All right, well, if we have more people showing that white flag, I will definitely give you the name of the volcano. No, it's not Ruapehu. Sue, you're cheating. You did it again. Sue did it again. It's Villarrica. Villarrica. How did she know that? Sue. And yeah, I see one fish then came up with Mount Andreas. No, and then Mars did say it. Yep, it is a Villarrica. Twice in a row. Congratulations, Sue. That is pretty awesome. And yeah, there's my shenanigans ruined for today. Oh, darn it. I was hoping. And yes, it is Villarrica volcano. Yeah, I guess because you do a fox trickery. It is what it is. Sue, it's the nature of the beast. Oh, I had to do it. I had to do it. I was forced to. And yeah. Well, congratulations, Sue. And, like I said, though, honestly, when I first looked at this one, I honestly thought at first that is got to be, it to me it looked like it was definitely something from Fuego, because right where the camera angle is, that would have been on the other hill looking over at it. Welcome, Quentin Sanders. Good to have you on board. And let's see. Anyway, let's carry on with the show. We got many, many more volcanoes to cover, so let's try that. It was a shenanigans. Wasn't yesterday's Pucan also? No, Villarrica. I can't remember what was yesterday's volcano. I've never seen a snow on Fuego. Well, there is a snow on Fuego once in a while. Same name for a volcano. Okay. Shenanigans. Okay. You never know. It's what a time for bed, Doc. Good night, John Raper. Yeah, well, it was a Villarrica yesterday and today. I figured I'd throw you for a loop. Maybe tomorrow's will be Villarrica too. Huh? Maybe. Anyway, let's turn that off and we will, we can leave it on. Let's go over to our next scenes and we'll see what we've got cooking at the other ones. And of course, we will go over to Popocatepetl first. And there is Popocatepetl, and that is in Mexico. I did have a couple of videos from the eruption for Popocatepetl, and it was kind of neat to see them. I did post 2 this morning. But let's just go back in time here and see how busy Popo was today. And just even 20 minutes ago, we were seeing some very, very heavy dark ash pluming out. This is at 6 minutes after 6 p.m. their local time. And that is what we were seeing. And yes, that is the same as my time here. And they are in the same time zone. Popocatepetl, of course, 70 kilometers to the south, actually a little more southeast, and that is what we've got. Villarrica had black off gassing this morning. Yes, it did. We will look at Villarrica shortly. There's some more of that just 15 minutes prior to the last shot we were looking at. And if we take a look, and we can see it's been busy. In addition to Fuego being very busy, for some reason Popocatepetl is just as busy. Although we're not seeing the massive mounts of lava flying out of there. This shot here, though, did have a little bit of an explosive eruption. This was at 1621. I'm just wondering if we can get back a little bit here without going back all the way. I want to see if we can actually see it pop out, and that should be right around here. We do see these other clouds right around close to it. Pardon me. Bad cough. Actually, today when it's this hot, it really makes me cough a lot. And I don't know if it's just because of the temperature out or what it is, but it's been happening. Anyway, yeah, that's how we see it come out there. Actually, this one didn't have extra stuff coming out when we've seen it popping. But if we go back in time, it doesn't matter where we really look. We see it on occasion doing that thing. This one is at about, 3 p.m. their time. Again, very dark, very black ash and tephra coming out of there. So we know that that material is, containing lots of tephra. Anyway, there's some more. It's like every hour. Pardon me. Every hour, it's doing 2 or 3 times. I'm gonna have a drink for a second here. Give me a second. And I'm not drinking Pepsi right now. I'm actually drinking. A raspberry drink. I find it helps a little bit, but not completely. Going back even further, there we can see more of that coming out, and it was kind of in the clouds for the most part. It was hard to see what it was doing until we get back into the morning hours. There you can see it's still puffing away, doing its thing. That's 8:08 a.m. And going back a little bit more, 7:13, and gives you a pretty good idea that this thing has been off-gassing pretty much non-stop all day long. It has had a few intermittent breaks, but nothing really cool. Going over to our friend Fuego right now. Fuego, of course, is in the clouds. I'm actually going to go back to this one, make that smaller. There we go. Now, going back to Fuego, though, we can go back to earlier this morning, and we can see it at a regular speed coming out of there. We do see the oh, I gotta turn my mouse back on for that screen. Why is that not showing? Oh, I took that mouse off of there for a reason, because I was recording it there. So going down the hill here, we do see all that dust and ash and everything. That is because of those pyroclastic flows going down the hill, and it looks like we've got more coming here. So pretty interesting, and there you can see a lot of it is just rolling down. I want to just back that up just a little bit, and we want to see it moving where it really first gets pushed down the hill again, and that would be right around here. You can see it starting, and as it goes ahead, it kind of puffs out, but there's a lot more material coming out. As you can see, very dark, very black material, and that ash level is high. Unfortunately, we are no longer able to see the lava because of the amount of light that we've got in there. So it's hard to see it during daytime hours, but you definitely see the material moving down the hill here. And as we go ahead 5 seconds at a time, very, very cool to see that. And like I said, the only thing I'm concerned about here with watching this is I hope there is no one down on the bottom doing their thing. So, hey, Pamela Moncure, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, I think what I'll do is I'll let this play while I go on my break. We're kind of tired of watching the SIG event venting, so I'll leave this play for right now while I go take my break. After we get back from the break, we'll take a look at a few of the other volcanoes, and we'll read the volcano report that came in, but it's not from today, it's from referring back to yesterday. So we'll have a look at that. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, please do consider hitting that. And also don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so already. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here at Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. And yeah, Fuego from this morning, 6:48 a.m. Don't go away. I'll be back. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. I see Kevin Haynes has taken off. He's got things to do. And let's see. Barbara is also going. Dinkle, a storm chaser, Dutch weather. Barbara, good night and take care. All the best. And yeah, I can't remember who. Which one it was, epically epic, but welcome. And yeah, you got gifted a free membership. That is awesome. And there were two that were gifted. One was from Barbara and one was from Grandma B, and I can't remember which one was which. Darn it, my memory is too short for that. Anyway, so thank you for the welcome backs from let's see, from Sue. And let's see, who else? Mars 2028, and it looks like Old Mummy of Hamsters, thank you. And I think I'm probably a couple others in there. I missed them. I'm lost. There's so many things going on, too many things. Mars says I'll be going to lurking for a while. Okay, no worries. All the good stuff is yet to come. I'm kidding. It's all good. Anyway, I'm just looking at the screen here. I'm kind of mesmerized by looking at this very slowly, seeing it again. We do see so much material coming out and over the side of the caldera here, sliding down the hill. And the majority of it, though, went down on the southwest side, which is the other side there. And I guess, wow, it was pretty awesome. Oh, One Fish 26 also gifted a membership. Did I not write that down? Oh, I missed that. One Fish 26. And better write that down. I must have missed that one somewhere along the way. This is why I'm on Team Tefra, Dr. Fox. Okay, awesome. Anyway, that is cool. Let's continue on, though. Like, we were looking at this, and of course, what I was going to say is, you know, this thing kept on going and going and going. If we go a little bit further in time, or well, closer to now, 822, you see it was still pumping out like crazy, and then the clouds started moving in, which really messed us up. And they did zoom back with the camera a little bit. And that is what we were seeing there. I did see the comment about that. Could have got the guys, if they were up on the hill taking photos and stuff. If we go back here, typically they're up on the hill here, or over up on the other side, on this side, taking the photos. And it's really, really tough if you got this kind of an eruption happening. If it would have been coming the other way, they would definitely be in trouble. And in a way, I'm glad that this started going at about midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, rather than, you know, say at 5 p.m. when there's everybody up on the hill taking the shots. He didn't renew his membership, he gifted. Oh, okay. I thought it was a renew, but that is all good. So awesome, awesome. And I must have missed that somehow. Yeah, thanks, Sue, for letting me know that. And One Fish, thank you. We appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Okay, going to, yeah, because I do see 4 on my screen here, so I was kind of going, how come we had a new one, and then 3 were gifts, so that's all good. All right, that makes sense. It clear as mud now, Sue, thanks. Leo Carlson just renewed his as well. Good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Thanks, Leo, and I appreciate you jumping back in there. Anyway, big news is Fuego started erupting around 1 a.m. and continued on, and well into the point where we couldn't see it anymore. And this is already 10:30 in the morning, and it was still going at it. definitely throwing out a huge plume. And then after that, we were in the clouds and we couldn't see a darn thing anymore. And if I go back to alive now, I think it is still in the clouds. We are seeing a plume though. That is a good sign. Way up top there, with the clouds coming back in, ruining our shot. Thanks, clouds. It is what it is. All right, let's leave Fuego be. Going to make that smaller so I have less horsepower being used. That, of course, was a Fuego. We already, Popocatepetl. We already looked at that. Next one up for grabs, unfortunately still a picture, but that is Messiah Volcano in Nicaragua. This is from 1716 this afternoon, their time. And we weren't seeing too much because of all that smoke in there. I'm going to refresh that, see if they've got a new picture. Well, yeah, they do. Still a lot of smoke in there, but we can see the crescent of lava down in the bottom of the actual well, caldera, if you want to call it that. I did have a photo I wanted to bring up, actually, from very early this morning. I'm going to see if I can find that real quick. I did do a screenshot because I thought it was kind of important to look at. And let me see if I can find it real quick. Shouldn't be buried too far. 1716. Yeah, it's this one here. And typically we don't see much from down in that caldera. And this was at 22:20 last night. You see how much brighter it got. So there was something happening there as well at Messiah Volcano. And I thought that was kind of neat to be able to see it starting to glow and light up a little bit as well. So the bottom of that caldera had some lava infiltration as well. And it being not too far away from a Fuego kind of makes me wonder what the heck is going on in Central America, right? Anyway, let's get rid of that guy, and this one will leave. Let's go over to our next one, and this is, of course, the three different shots. That one is Lascar, and this is down in Chile. This was from earlier, and that's their little time lapse that they produce from this afternoon, time-wise. Nothing visible coming out of Lascar today, so we'll leave that be. And we'll go to our next one. This one, Laguna del Monte, and you can see some of that snow is definitely melting, and that is probably a good thing. But hey, these are Chilean volcanoes and volcanic areas, so that is kind of what we got going on. Chile is Chile, you know. Hey, that's why they call it Chile. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's go to the next one. And this one, of course, is our top secret volcano of the day. It's hiding behind the clouds. It's Villarrica. There it is. Oh, it's gone. And Villarrica was smoking and steaming, even though it is covered with snow. I'm actually going to refresh that, see if we can see it any better right now. And we'll see. Oh, yeah, we can. And there is a Villarrica in the nighttime hours, and you can kind of see it a little bit there, and that is neat to be able to see the off-gassing, but nothing violent, nothing, not seeing any lava coming out or anything like that at this point. Let's leave that be. Come on, why are you not going back? And there's the other ones. We did see some, looks like some off-gassing here from Lascar as well. At least that's what it appears to be right in there. So neat to see that, and nothing happening at the Laguna del Monte. And I'll leave that be. So the Fuego report, though, this one, this was actually on the 2nd of May. So Fuego volcano, Guatemala, strong pyroclastic flows, and as we can see, that is heading down that southwest side. So basically what they're saying here, the volcano showed a dramatic dramatic activity at 16:18 local time, May 2nd. Okay, strong eruption culminated in the pumice and ash flow caused by an ash plume collapse. Pyroclastic flows raced down the southwestern gorge. Ceniza Gorge. Phoenix clouds, a typical phenomena for pyroclastic flows, appeared to happen as billowing gray ash plumes separated from the torrents. Plumes reached an approximate 16,400 feet or 5,000 meters and extended about 40 kilometers to the west-southwest of the volcano. And that is that photo right there. So that is a different perspective on it. This is what was happening yesterday. Now our camera view is usually from the other side. So that, I don't know if it's this mountain or maybe another one just right beside it here that we see that view from. But you can definitely see where it is flowing on this side, and people were concerned that some of that material had broken out of the caldera on the southwestern face of the caldera. We have no confirmation on that. So that is something, we have to assume. We've seen the eruptions blowing in that same direction for the last couple of days here. So that material likely has been loosened or done in. Anyway, let's see what else we got for photos here. This is another one from a different angle, and looks like a jungle out there. And that is dense ash plume resulting from pyroclastic flows at Fuego. And there it's giving us the location of Fuego, and that is all cool. And it's this side where it's coming down, and that is kind of interesting. So very, very neat to be able to see that. And of course, looks like it's come down here quite a bit, because that's really built up in comparison to what we're usually seeing from the other side. So something to consider there. And I don't know where that's from. Pumice cliffs from wherever. It doesn't say where it's located at, but that's kind of neat looking. And of course this is some other volcano. Don't go in the lava, you'll hurt yourself. And they're running away. Sunset silhouettes of people. All right, back to the original. And that is our report on Fuego. We'll leave that be. We'll actually get rid of that, and we'll put it back over here. This is the current activity. And again, this is Fuego. You see how dark that ash is coming out of there. And this is why I kind of said, what the heck is happening in Central America? We're seeing the very, very heavy, very dense ash from Popocatepetl, from Fuego, from, and I'm sure some of the other ones are going to be doing that as well. I haven't heard any reports from Santiaguito. I'm sure that it is doing things as well. We know that Messiah has had more magma intrusion into its caldera, with the evidence of what we've seen on the photo from last night. So something is happening in Central America. Somebody is lighting up things, and we've tried to figure it out. But when we type in the word eruption, that gave us a little bit of a clue. and I kind of wondered what was going on, but that could have a bearing on the subject. I don't know for sure, but did I spell that right? Eruption? Yes, I did. Why is that not working? Maybe somebody else type in eruption and see what happens. Oh, never mind. I work now. Input understood. Okay, update on Siggy's lava workers. All lava workers have been reassigned to Fuego volcano in Guatemala for a massive eruption. Updates as the oh, okay. A 5-minute warning. Thanks. Anyway, that's what's going on there, you guys. Apparently, so yeah, the lava workers are there. I guess they must like the tropics or something. How's that work? Anyway, we'll leave it be, and that is all cool. Let's go take a quick peek at one we haven't gone to yet, and that is, of course, in the Azores, and we wanted to see what is happening there. Quick peek at what's happening on St. George. Notice we can't see the lights of Pico Island anywhere. Anyway, this is one of the small villages on the island of St. George, or São Jorge if you want to say it in Portuguese. And of course here is one of the harbors, all lit up with the fancy lights. Quick peek. I don't think the clock is working anymore. Yeah, we're stuck. Normally we have that visible, and we can see the amount of influx of waves, as you can see in that photo right there. And that is not from today, by the way. And then of course that's what we look for, is how rough is the ocean. The other one is normally like that during the day, where you can see Pico Island with Pico Volcano, aka Mount Montana, over on the other island. That is about 18 kilometers across between the two. We'll leave those be. Let's go back to this shot. Actually, let's go back to this shot, and we will go over and take a look and see if we can find any new earthquakes. And there is nothing new here on the island of St. George, but let's go and refresh this map and see if there were any new quakes. Apparently we've got 2 quakes there, and we'll make that map a little bit bigger so we can find out where exactly they are. Sorry for the shopping, I don't like green dresses. And let's see, and we've got one, and this is Fayal Island here. That's Pico Island, St. George right there. And 2 hours ago we had this one, 2.1, 10 kilometers down from 2236 GMT, and that is interesting. 10 clicks down. The other one, of course, is over here on Terceira, right beside the Terceira volcano. And let's take a look and see. Just on the flanks, 13 hours ago, 2.05 kilometers down for that guy. Came in at 12:03 GMT, or UTC, however you like to say it. Those are the only 2 there, and we don't see anything else. Let's zoom that back out a little bit more. Whoop, a little too far. Anyway, just to give you an idea where that is, of course, there's Iceland, and there's the Reykjanes Ridge, aka Mid-Atlantic Ridge, as it goes down here. And of course the fault going this way, that is the East Azores fault. And then here you got Portugal, Spain, France, England, Ireland, and you go over here is Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia over here with Sue is waving at us from Nova Scotia right there. We're in Cole Harbor. Pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be. The next volcano on our list will be, no, not that one. How come it's on that one? Darn it, is this one. And I'm not liking it, because that is Merapi, and it's supposed to be making me happy. Anyway, if we go back a little bit in time, we do see Merapi, and there it is. And of course, different angles have better views, unfortunately. So a little bit silhouetted on this one. Not seeing any lava right there right now, but if we go back a little bit to about, I don't know, pick a place, maybe right around here. It's not like we haven't seen any bacon today, but let me make that shot a little bit bigger so you can see that. And it's actually a lot clearer today than it has been in the last couple days. Wife's calling me for food later on. Okay, Quentin. Hopefully there is a good food. I like food. Email me some. Anyway, yeah, pretty awesome to be able to see that lava flowing down there. It is break time though for me, so what I will do actually is we'll leave it here for the time being. I'll throw on some music, let you guys enjoy this. Let's see, is there a few, yeah, there's a few eruptions here, so that'll keep you busy for a couple of minutes. Anyway, this is Merapi, Central Java, Indonesia, and this was at 4:58 a.m., and that is about 3 hours ago. So that is what we've got cooking. I'll be back in a few minutes, 3, 4, or 5 minutes, or 6 minutes, or something like that. I'm going to go take a break. If you have not yet hit that like button, please consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you are enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here at Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in a bit. Thanks. boy oh boy, if he could toss that up in the air, we'd be in trouble. And if he could catch it, I think we'd all have to leave. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, thanks for throwing that in there, saying that it's back in there doing its thing. Yeah, when we were just looking at Fuego, it was still in the clouds just minutes ago. So it is absolutely nice to see it doing its thing. Thank you for the welcome backs from, let's see, Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Welcome. And Kimmy is here. Welcome, Kimmy. Thanks for the welcome back. And MG2431 here as well. And all good. Storm Chaser. Yep, they've zoomed in on this. So we will get back to this later, though. Right now, it's just sitting there simmering, and it looks like it is still kind of everything heading to the southwest side, or the west-southwest area there. So not doing us big favors, unfortunately, which is okay, but, I mean, we'll check back with it in a little bit. I'm going to make that one smaller again for right now. We will go back over to Merapi and see what it was doing. And did we stop Merapi in its tracks? Yeah, we did. Let's, you know, it never fails. We get all kinds of volcanic action all over the place, all at the same time. Never fails. It's either feast or famine. Anyway, this was our wonderful Merapi in central Indonesia, or central Java, Indonesia, and it is throwing lava out. As you can see, it's coming down the hill. If we back up a little bit, though, it was a little bit more intense in a couple of these other ones. I do want to kind of point this out here. Let's see if we can get to a right one here. We'll start about here and just work on this. I'm going to advance it a little bit, and they did have some lightning storms there while this was happening. Plus, the camera was trying to change and be accustomed to the levels of light in the area. They did open up the iris a little bit so we could see better. And let's just show you what is going to happen here. We do see lava sneaking out on the side here as well. That may come down this path. We'll see if there's enough of it. I didn't really see everything that was here, so there you can see it start gushing down. And that was moving pretty darn good as well. You can see that it is spreading out quite a ways. So lots of lava. I don't know what's affecting the planet right now, but yep, lots of lava coming from here as well. So we've got the extra activity at Fuego. We've got more activity at Popocatepetl, Messiah volcano, and now we're looking at Merapi. It too is full of lava and gushing out, as you can see. And of course you can see the little seismic banner down on the bottom here showing quite a bit of activity happening, and that camera's trying to keep up with the amount of light that's coming in there. I think they're messing with it, but you can see we got more lava coming, and that is just heading down the hill pretty awesome like. So they are shooting what they are in cahoots. Oh, they are in cahoots. Oh, it's the lava workers, and they're all over the place and doing all kinds of things. And here comes some larger volumes of lava down the side of Merapi again. As you can see, it is a very glowy, and of course looking at the seismic banner there, you can see the activity is not letting up. And look at the amount of material coming down this time, and this is definitely a lot more than it normally puts out. So quite a bit of it heading down the hill. Yep. Do not get in front of that. And as I mentioned before, the 1 kilometer mark is about down here from the top. So this is moving well beyond that 1 kilometer mark. And that is something to take into consideration here. That's a lot of lava. It really, really is. And yeah, it's like, wow. So that is Merapi. That's 4:26 a.m. Their time. Of course, they are in the future by a day because they're across that international date line. But as we expedite this a little bit, we'll push it ahead 5 seconds at a time. Really not going to make that much of a difference here. The amount of lava coming down is quite incredible. It eases up a little bit, and then it does it again. You'll see in a short order here. So this is phenomenal to see this much material all at once coming from Merapi. I'd love to have a drone sitting over top, just having a good look at that area as that material is coming out of there. That would be really, really cool. Anyway, let's see if we can expedite that a little bit more by going ahead a little bit. Right about here, yeah, it kind of cooled off, and then you can see the next push of lava coming down the hill once again. And it did this multiple times, so it's like rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And let me see if I can back that up even another hour or so. This is at 3:23 a.m. Same thing. Again, pushing out a lot of lava. And it really makes you wonder why these things are all erupting. Did we have like something kind of a gravity pull from the moon or something? I have no idea. Pretty wild to see that. And you know, like honestly, it's let's just push that ahead a little bit, watch it go down there. And that is an incredible amount of lava coming out of this thing all in one day. Going back a little bit more, we'll go back another hour, and again, same thing. So when we go to this point here, you see it start coming out, and again flowing down the hill. Just an incredible amount of lava flowing. And you know, typically we refer to it as effusive lava, but when there's so much of it, it's no longer effusive. It's effusive, of course, refers to it coming out and then sitting in place and cooling off. Well, this, yeah, it does cool off after going a kilometer or two. It will cool off, but like, wow. It's pretty crazy to see that. There was a CME a few days ago. I don't know if the CME would have any effect on volcanoes, but you never know. I don't believe it's a CME related. Anyway, again, you know, if you take a look at the bottom of the screen there, you see the seismic graph going crazy. And that's usually a good indicator that we've got a lava flow happening. And that's exactly what we're seeing on this particular shot. So pretty awesome. And I'm just curious about some of the other volcanoes as well. You know, we haven't really seen Semeru last a couple of days because they're not streaming or nothing happening there. I'm wondering if it has regained some activity as well. Again, I'm expediting this by hitting the 5 seconds forward button here to get a little bit more of an idea of what to expect here in short order. There you can see that lava flow really pushing down the hill. And again, it's almost solid going all the way down to that 1 kilometer mark. So Pretty wild to see that. And it keeps going and going and going. And it doesn't matter how far back we go here. Even if we go back another couple of hours, this is 39 minutes after midnight. Yes, we did have clouds in the way, but you know, you can still see it pushing through down on the bottom areas here. So pretty wild to be able to see that, seriously. And even if we go back another hour or roughly there, just around midnight, same kind of thing. Again, look at the seismic graph, you know, right off, going crazy here. So something definitely making it happen. And no shortage of bacon today. Preceded by an M4 solar flare, blackouts in Western Africa and what is it? Southeastern America. Oh, Southeast America? Huh. I didn't know that. M4 solar flare, huh? Okay. I wonder if that has a correlation to it. Anyway, going back a little further, we did lose sight of it for a while in clouds, and then we get back to a point where it was still in color, but we didn't see anywhere near as much material dropping. It was raining at that point in time, so a little bit of fun there. Anyway, let's put that back on live, and that is what the weather conditions are there right now. We'll leave it as that, and you can see it in the different viewpoints. We do know it is still working away. You can see that down in this bottom camera view from the different angle, but most of that smoke is directly from the volcano itself, and that is what's happening there. You can see that. It's very, very messed up. Let's make that one smaller, go over to our next one. And this is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu, who's covered in clouds. It's got a blanket of cloud over it. I don't know if it ever cleared or not. Maybe a little bit better view back a little further. Not by much. We do see a little bit more of the peaks, but that is Ruapehu, and that is located in New Zealand, of course, and that's what we're seeing right there. Let's leave that guy be. I'm going to put him back on live. Not going to spend much time looking at clouds. Quick peek. Going to refresh this and get our seismic readouts and see what's happening for Taupo. And of course, we see a decline in activity from what it was. Remember, yesterday we had quite a few little quakes around there. So now it's dropped off again, and being a little bit more sedate or quiet. If we take a look at the other area to the north, there were those quakes, and this is where it has calmed down. So all good, and we'll leave that be. Let's go have a quick look and see what the weather is like. The lake, of course, is the caldera for Taupo, the volcano. And the center is out there somewhere in the middle of the lake, quite a ways out. We are not seeing Ruapehu in the background, unfortunately, due to the heavy cloud conditions. But that is what we've got there for right now. So I want to make sure I've got the other ones closed here. And we'll leave that one there for a second. I am going to go over and take a look at, see if we've got... where are we going? Semaru. Let's see if Semaru is live. And no, Semaru is not live from CCTV Semaru. Unfortunately, we'll take a look and see if... no, I'm going to refresh this one, see if Janmer Merapi is got his going. No, he does not. But that is okay. Actually, we can go on to that one for a second. I'm curious what it would have looked like earlier if we could see all that lava flow on his stream. And let's see. Yeah, we could see some of that wonderful bacon. Let's just have a quick peek back at that over here. And let's do it that way. No, maybe that didn't work either. Oh, I need to make that bigger. That's what I wanted to do. There. Little out of focus, little fuzzy. I wonder why. 720p. Yep. Okay. Actually, if we look at it this way, you can see it a lot better than this camera up top. That is pretty awesome looking and pretty wild. So that is from Merapi, and pretty cool. Anyway, let's carry on with the show, though. We will leave that be, and I'll make that one small again, and we will go to our next destination. That will hang on. Let's see if we can take a look real quick and see if there's anything happening at our wonderful. No, I was going to say let's go over to see Stromboli, but you can see Stromboli's got this case of the clouds, so no go on Stromboli. Sorry, and that is okay. What's a Yellowstone looking like right now? Maybe we'll take a peek at a Yellowstone really quickly, and I think they are only showing geysers. Yep, there is a Yellowstone National Park for those people who aren't familiar with it. It is there, and I am trying to get myself straightened out here to make sure I've got the right stuff going. For those people not familiar with Yellowstone National Park, there are over 500 active geysers there, and of course the featured ones is the famous Old Faithful, as well as Steamboat and a few others that produce some very big steam plumes. CVET69 saying, let's hope Yellowstone stays quiet. You bet. And, you know, right now there's no real concern. We don't know about anything happening, but we, you know, like I always say, volcanoes are unpredictable. But thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. Yeah, CVET, I wouldn't lose sleep over Yellowstone, though. And, you know, it's like we've got some of those naysayers out there, the fear-mongers, trying to hype up and say, well, Yellowstone's going to blow, Yellowstone's going to blow, and they're saying it's overdue and all this stuff. Well, if you take a look at the actual time frame involved, I don't know, we got another 50 to 90,000 years before Yellowstone is due. So, I'm not saying that it can't, okay, but we don't see any signs. I won't, I wouldn't been there many times, no worry. Yep, and you know, it can happen though. Like I say though, with any volcano, it is unpredictable. You know, we see the stuff in Iceland, we see stuff in well, even at Fuego, okay? Nobody expected Fuego to do what it did. There was very little signs. Yes, we've had earthquakes in the area. Yes, we've had tremors, seismicity up and down like a yo-yo. And finally it decides to pop and go for a straight run of, you know, who knows how many hours. Is this thing going to continue to do its thing? It's the same as Popocatepetl. We don't know what's going to happen with Popocatepetl. Is it going to erupt again? That is something that, and when I say erupt, I mean it has been erupting every night a little bit. It's been cooking, okay? But it hasn't erupted to the point where it is a continuous flow out of the volcano. No full-blown eruption. So this is something that we do have to consider, and that is always something interesting. And I'm wondering where I'm getting the extra volume from. Anyway, that is all good. Let's get over to our next shot. Hours. What hours? Being there. Kimmy, why are you saying hours? Yeah. It's, I don't want to be on the clock. Let's see. We'll go to Japan next and see what we got cooking there. Let's see. There's another good example. Japan. If we go over there, have a look at that. We know that there is no ice cream boat right now. That's a shame. We know that Sakurajima can do its thing with a very, very little notice of any type. And we've seen that before. We've seen it just a couple days ago, where it decided to start doing its thing. Oh, I guess they redid this, and we can't go back in time on this one. Darn it. And you see, they've changed it. Let's see, what about this one here? This one, of course, we can go back in time. This is the close-up cam, as they call it. And if we go back a little bit there, we do see it is doing its thing and working away. So, could not believe the change of the crater at Kilauea. It's completely changed. Yeah, and, next time around it's going to change again there, CVET. And I'm sure it will completely change once we have a next eruption. We could likely see another collapse. That is a possibility as well. Let's go back a little bit more. This is earlier here. This is at 5:23 a.m. their time there in Japan. And of course, you see it being very quiet, very sedate. Let's have a look at the close-up view. If we go back a little bit, it looked like a much better picture if we go back here. And there's your crater cam. And, you look at the speed of how slow everything is moving in here compared to what we were seeing just a day or two ago, right? Kimmy Lambert, were you about to looking for hours of the stream? Hours? Oh, VolcanoX is what you type in for hours, if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, this is what we got, so pretty cool. And, that's from earlier. Of course, current time, it was kind of fuzzed out. And if we go back a little bit more here, this is at 5:33 this morning, right? So, this is into the wee hours of the night, and the conditions weren't that great there, so it's hard to tell what's going on. The thing that I do is I look for the glow of lava, and we don't see any. And of course, this is right now, that is what the caldera's close-up cam view here, they call it the crater cam. So that is what we're seeing. And the birds, of course. Let's make that one smaller again and go back to here for a second. So I'm going to put this one back on live so we can see this is the current condition of Sakurajima in Japan on the southern end. Has the ice cream boat got here yet? No ice cream boat yet. Okay, we'll check back for the ice cream boat in a minute or two. Still no video of Suwanoshijima. They're still off, and that camera may take a day or two to get fixed yet. This next one here, this is of course from Eso-san, and Eso is very, very cloudy right now. If we go back a little in time though, we can see Eso doing some off-gassing. Why is that so fuzzy looking? That should be 720. There we go. Still not that much better. Hard to see it. It's in a kind of a cloudy condition over there. That's even worse. Yeah, There, you can actually see a little bit of it right there. It is steaming and off-gassing, and of course, ASO is ASO volcano is actually very, very large. This is one of the vents, and you can see the pluming coming out of that one vent, and that's what we got. Tom, have a good night and take care and get some sleep, and Pepper as well. Good night, Tom and Pepper. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there. It is time for a break. I just want to finish this. We'll do the next one here. This is Asama, and we'll have Japan finished. Asama-san is about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and as you can see, it is off-gassing a little bit. Not anything too critical though. Hard to tell with the background clouds if we go back into the nighttime. Difficult to see anything right now. It is throwing out some SO2 though, but we'll leave it there. And that is the current condition there at Asama-san. And we will put you back onto some canned lava for now. Or hang on, let's maybe take a look at Fuego. I'll put you back onto Fuego, see what's happening. And let me see if I can get back on that one real quick and make it bigger though. There's Fuego. All right, don't go away, you guys. Hit that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. How about 5, 6, or 7 minutes? A couple of songs and then our tune again. That's what we'll do. Anyway, hit the like button. That's important. We're trying to get over that 100 mark, you guys. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And no trying to catch the lava bombs. That doesn't work. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome and welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And Matt and Jen Butzler, that is a very good question. I was actually just thinking that myself. Too bad we don't have a camera looking at the other side, because I see it glowing there. There has to be lava flow on the far side, and that is over here. You see the glow. That glow only comes from lava at nighttime, and that is what we're seeing. So there's got to be some magma or lava flowing down there. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and OneFish26 and Cananaska's Country. And Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. There we go. Got that out of the way. Anyway, hidden bacon. Yep, apparently it is. It looks like it. It's hiding on the other side of the hill. Darn it. I hope it gets back there. Anyway, yeah, Sue, yeah, we need to do that. I got sidetracked. The squirrel thing, you know. I had too many volcanoes all at once. And there this thing's pluming again. It's pluming again. It's blooming again. We're going to see more lava. Maybe. We do see there are tephra sparkles coming out of there. All kinds of stuff. I gotta say there's gotta be some lava flow on the other side of that hill. That is pretty awesome. I wish we could see the other side. That would really be nice. It'd make our day. Anyway, let's leave that there. Yep, Sue, you're right. I did forget the volcano report there for our wonderful Katla. I got sidetracked. So let's go over to do that real quick while we're looking at things. So basically from volcanodiscovery.com, they have thrown in that report. Katla volcano, Iceland, earthquake swarm triggers alert status raised in fear of potential eruption. And there we can see the photo with there is the Katla area. There's Eyjafjallajökull, and that of course is the concern. So earthquakes under Katla volcano during the past 48 hours. That is what they were showing there. Anyway, it's basically an earthquake swarm started under the glacier-covered Katla volcano this morning, including 3 quakes of a magnitude of 4.4, 4.8, between 4.4 and 4.8, 7 to 8 kilometers east of, what is that, Gurdabunga. That's Gurdabunga Peak. I hope I said that right. So far, 29 tremors have been detected under the volcano and the glacier area there in the last 24 hours, or 48 hours, I should say. The quakes have been a shallow level, and it could be volcanic in nature. They could also very much so be ice movement. Okay, and that is something they're not seeing here, because it is a glacier, and the depth of the quakes could very well be ice. Okay, it could be a volcanic in origin. This is why the alert status of the volcano has been raised. It is possible that the volcanic eruption could begin without further warning, although it is still considered rather unlikely at the current low level of unrest. Deformation shows a small inflation over the past days as well, which could also hint at magma intrusions under the surface. So that's something to consider. From a statistical point of view, Katla, one of Iceland's most active volcanoes, is considered overdue for a new eruption. Okay, over the past years, seismic swarms and episodes of uplift have occurred more frequently, showing that the volcano is likely to get ready, although it is still impossible to predict when the next eruption will occur. Some of these episodes were accompanied by raised meltwaters and sulfur gases, which might even indicate that a small subglacial eruption did occur without clearing being noted. So anyway, I'm not gonna sit there and dwell on this. We've seen, just like Astya, we've seen things happening. We did have word that there was some magma intrusion considered to be out there on underneath the Reykjanes Peninsula, although that is quite a distance from Katla. Although we know from previous stuff going on there that anything is possible. We know that Iceland sits on a very large plume that comes up from deep down to the western side towards Greenland, and it comes up towards, right underneath, basically. It's the hot spot. So things could happen, but Katla is one of the biggest tephra factories in Iceland, you bet, on Mars 2028. So leaving that be, let's kind of take it with a grain of salt. We've seen quakes there before. We have last year and year before. We've kind of seen the melting happening there before. It didn't erupt then, at least not that was visible. So this is something to consider. We also seen the local water levels are quite low. That is something else that we've observed over the last little while. So, as the spring kind of kicks into gear, we see those water levels decreasing. This is something that we got to keep an eye on as we take a look at everything that is happening there. So, play it by ear. Play it by ear. This is the best thing that I could say. Like we've had the same thing over at Askja, where the ice melted off the portions of the lake, or just about the entirety of the lake in some cases, and nothing has really transpired. Things have calmed down again. My question is what happened? What happened to the magma that was under Askja? Did it sit there? Did it cool off? Did it solidify? Did it crystallize? Did it create more of a blockade or barrier from a future eruption from having the ability to come up quickly? Are we going to see a huge blow up if it does go? If there's enough pressure under there? This is something to consider. Is the same thing happening there under Katla? Has that cooled? Has it crystallized? Has it basically concreted itself back in? And these are things that you might want to consider, right? So I think that the White Walker will crawl out of it. White Walkers? Oh boy. If we have White Walkers in there, we'll be in trouble. Anyway, let's, pardon me, let's put you back over here for now, and we can watch the tephra flying out. Look at that, pluming out of our wonderful Fuego. And I will get the volcano report up, and we'll read through that and see what the good book says on the volcanoes. Okay, late Wednesday's volcanic activity. We only have 3 volcanoes on that list. Suwanosejima, volcanic ash is not identifiable in satellite imagery, reported at 1800. Darn it. And that's probably due to clouds. Sakurajima in Japan exploded to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 2,100. And that was from yesterday. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Discrete. Very discrete. Am I on the right report? Yeah. Wasn't it the same yesterday? They had discrete volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 2315. And let's go for today's. We've got 8 for our Thursday report. And of course, the first one, Fuego. And the first report is okay. It says light volcanic ash observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters. We know that because that was at 12:30 or just 30 minutes after midnight. And then we of course have our separate email report we had there. But then we also see volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 6:30. I think that is slightly understated. A large eruption then from 1,900 or 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 14:30. So they're a little bit behind with their report there. But still, I do believe that 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, that would also apply to earlier times, because that was definitely happening at much earlier, before we were still being able to see that, before the clouds moved in. Anyway, next one on the list, Sabancaya in Peru, volcanic ash not identifiable in satellite imagery. Reported at 1:15 a.m. is because it was busy. The lava workers left and they went to Fuego. And then continuous volcanic ash to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 8:15 a.m. and then again at 14:30. So that is pretty cool there. And next one on the list is Luotolak, Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia. And here again, we got to be quiet because it's discrete volcanic ash. Emissions to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, came in at 1:15 a.m. We don't want to wake anyone up. Popocatepetl in central Mexico, sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 3 a.m. and then large volcanic ash emissions to 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters reported at 1400. Manam, Papua New Guinea, again discrete volcanic ash emissions to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters reported at 4:45 a.m. We don't want to wake anyone up that early. Nevado del Ruz, volcanic ash emissions observed to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 7 a.m. Reventador in Ecuador, occasional small volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, or 4,900 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. And of course, the last one on the list was what we just went through at Katla. And that was a neat report. So the Katla report I got to take with a grain of salt. I really do. We've seen that too many times, and I have to wonder. It's the old thing about crying wolf. Sometimes we have seen that multiple times with Askia. We've seen it a bunch of times now with Katla as well. But again, we got to qualify it with what we know and what we don't know, right? We know that volcanoes are unpredictable. We know that we had magma intrusions as of late. We know we had that under Askja. We know we've had that under the Arakan's Peninsula. Did we see an eruption? No, in either case. Do we know of any new magma directly underneath Katla? No, we don't. So, is it possible? Yes. So we have to kind of throw our hands up and go, well, is it going to happen? I think we have an emoji for that. Not one of mine, but it's, hang on, where is that emoji? That's this one here. Like, is it going to happen? We don't know. We are unsure, right? So it's one of those things. And, I'm being straightforward here, you guys. We don't want to turn around and say, yeah, it's going to erupt, or no, it's not, because we don't know. We honestly don't know, right? And the thing is, we take a look at the one on the screen, Fuego. Who would have predicted that Fuego was going to pop like the way it did from about 1:30 in the morning onward? Certainly wasn't in my prediction book. I keep thinking that Fuego, not Fuego, but Popocatepetl, because it's increased its velocity and frequency of emissions, is Fuego going to do its thing, right? That's something to consider. If Popocatepetl is going to do the same thing, I think that would be a little bit more detrimental. I don't know exactly what's around the base of Fuego, but I know Popocatepetl has a lot of settlements, right? So pretty interesting. Anyway, let's leave this guy be. We will, it's actually break time. Let's take a break. And I see the show's going to run late again today. So we will get over to, I was going to say, I could put you over on the Yellowstone geyser, but I think this is more fun looking at a volcano rather than a geyser. So let's leave it on there for right now. After the break, we will take a look at our earthquakes that are happening, and we'll go from there. So keep smiling. I'll try not to put that silent song on there again. That one was really quiet. I don't know why. I've removed it from the soundtracks here. So let's throw some music on. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe. If you're enjoying the show, give it a quick bop, you guys. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, you've got Fuego on the screen, and it is live. So thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars. I'm back from the Lurkers Lounge. Awesome. And thank you, Cananaskis Country as well. And oh, hang on, I gotta use my melodious voice. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Susie. And sing it, Doc. Yeah, sure. We'll try to do that with my yucky voice. Anyway, awesome. All right, let's leave Fuego be, and we will go over and take a look and see what is shaking around the rest of the planet. And there we go. Over to the earthquake map. And we'll see if we got anything really bad anywhere. Let's zoom in up top here first off. We don't see anything new in the Kamchatka Peninsula. I did want to point this one out here up in the Bering Strait. We have a 3.7, 87 kilometers south of Point Hope. And that was from 27.7 kilometers down. Kind of an odd place to see a quake up there, but hey, they happen. All right, these are just little ones. 3.2 near Adak from 3:40 a.m., 18.8 clicks down. This one here is 3.4 from 1309 and 19.2 kilometers down for him. We do see Tanaga Island over here. We got a few little tremors. Not going to bother going through those. We'll leave them alone. This is a little bigger, 4.0, and that is 94 kilometers southeast of Pass or False Pass. Is that like False Pass? Okay, never mind. 2:02 a.m., 35 clicks down for that guy. Not seeing too much over here at Aniakchak. That is right there, only one little tremor. And moving on and over, looks like we've got a few extra tremors over here at Trident Volcano. And this one is Katmai on this side, and there's 3 different mountains on this side. So, yep. That is what we're seeing there. Trident has got a few little shakers, but nothing that's going to scare us. We got one out here in this little fault here, 3.0 out in the Gulf of Alaska. And that came in at 33 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down for him. Let's keep going down the coast and see what else we got happening. Zooming in a little bit. We don't see anything really big. Most of the stuff here has subsided. We do still have a couple little quakes in this little swarm area. These are 1.9 and 1.6 respectively. So nothing really too major. A little further down we see the 2.1. Not going to worry about those. Those are small quakes. Kind of a weird looking one here in Texas. This is a 2.5. Nixon, Texas area, there was also one a little bigger. No, same size, 2.5. I thought it was bigger. Darn it! From 7:50 a.m. for that guy, and the other one was at 19:24. 5 kilometers down for this one. The first one was 12.7 clicks down. Makes you wonder what's going on there. Anyway, going here into Central America. That'd be Mexico yet, I think. Yep, 4.5 from 1936, 10 kilometers down. And then we go down a little bit further. Is that Nicaragua or is that Costa Rica? That's still Nicaragua, I think. Yep, 4.2 from 1908, 180.3 kilometers down in Nicaragua. Did we get that guy? Yeah, we got that guy, a 4.5. And sliding down, we don't see anything in the southern areas here. Nothing in Peru, nothing in Chile, and nothing over here in the South Sandwich Islands. This one over on the ridge here has gotten old already, so we will leave him alone. Looking at New Zealand, nothing new on this map. We do see this one on the Kermadec Ridge, Kermadec Island area of 5.0 from 51 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down. There's another one here, 4.8, and that is also on the Kermadec Island region, 2:40 a.m. and 35 clicks down for him. Nothing over in a little swarm. This one is a Tonga 4.9, and that is from 1437, 9.4 kilometers down. That's not very deep for where it's sitting. That should be a little deeper. This one 4.6, and that is Tonga area as well, 268.6 kilometers down for him. Next one, Solomon Islands. Yes, it is too, 5.1, and 16:20 is the time on that, 10 kilometers down for him. We're not seeing anything in Java, Sumatra, those areas. We do see another one up here in India, actually in Bangladesh, 4.3 from 1757, and 10 kilometers down for it. Then let's go, did we miss this guy here on Papua New Guinea? 4.3, 1813, 10 kilometers down. Well, we got him now. Philippines, 4.8 from 4:06 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that. Another one in the Philippines right there, 4.8, and that was yesterday's on 23:56, 12.9 kilometers down. Taiwan's got a 4.6 there. 9:38 a.m., 14.2 kilometers down. Going up, we don't see too much in Japan till we get up here, and that is Hokkaido, Japan area, 4.3 from yesterday at 23:29, 129 kilometers down. I see my chat just got disconnected. I hope I'm still broadcasting correctly. Oh, it's chat just reconnected. That is weird. How does that happen? Anyway, let's continue on here. So we got the one in Bangladesh. Let's look at this one in China. And that's a 4.4. And that is from 1835, 10 kilometers down for him. We're not seeing anything here in Saudi Arabia or in the Indian Ocean. And nothing in Turkey, which is good for them. Nothing over here in Italy or Sicily or Greece, so everything is quiet there. But we do have a couple that are indicated here, and that's a 4.4 from, and this is my time, not their time, so add 6 hours. 3:46 is the time, so that'd be 9:46. Their time, 10 kilometers down for that 4.4, and the 3:52, so 9:52 for the 4.5. I'm wondering why they don't have the other quake on there. There's one more quake that is above 4, and they're supposed to show them. I guess they just don't like it. Okay, so that leaves that, and we will go over to our Canary Islands. Let's have a look there. Solar storms affecting the interweb. How dare they? I hate when that happens, Bob. Solar storms. Who do they think they are, huh? Anyway, looking up on the north there, I don't see anything up on the East Azores Ridge. But let's zoom in a little bit, and of course the star looks interesting, but let's get this guy first. 3.1, 37 kilometers down, happened today at 13:21. Very interesting to see that. And that's a little far out in the middle of nowhere. It makes you wonder what's going on. What's the star doing? The star says it's a 2.0 from 1354, 26 kilometers down. And let's close that off and take a look at these other ones. Where's this one? This is a few days back already. We're going to leave that alone. Bunch of little ones around. I'm not going to go through all of those. Let's take a look at what's happening in La Palma. That's more important. So we only have one new one in La Palma, and that is this one up on the hill just above Cumbre Vieja. The 4:46 a.m. is when that happened, and it was 9 kilometers down for him. So that's what we got going. And that kind of concludes our earthquakes for today. I'm going to put it back on this map well, hang on, we didn't do Hawaii, did we? Darn it, I knew I was going too quick. I keep forgetting about that Hawaii. Constant migraines, no panic. Uh-oh, no, you don't want migraines. Those are not good for you. Stop having the migraines, Susie. 2.5 from yesterday, 2209, 35.2 kilometers down. 1.6, 754 today, from 19.8 kilometers down for those two quakes. And let's take a look at the rest of this stuff here. We don't see anything in the water again. Let's grab this one up here so we don't forget him. Pahala region, 2.5 from 1:53 a.m. and that is 9.7 kilometers below sea level. Let's grab some of these other ones over here. 2.0, 9:33, 35 clicks down. This one here, 2.6 from 2:13 a.m. 31.2 clicks down for him. This one, 2.8, a little bit bigger, 4:13 a.m., 7.4 kilometers down. Odd for the Pahala region. Usually they're between 26 and 37 kilometers down, so very unique. 2.8, anyway, pretty big too, right? 1.8, and that came in at 3:40 a.m., 29.5 clicks down. That's okay. And then we've got this one, 1.8, yesterday's 23:19, normal depth, 1.8 from 8:43, normal depth, and this one from 2.0 from 4:57 a.m., and that is a kind of same normal depth. Let's grab some of these stragglers and see what they're doing. 1.0, 11.2 kilometers down from 7:26 a.m. Then we've got this one over here, a little bit bigger, 3.7, and that came in at 17:05, 5.8 kilometers below sea level. And the other one is 1.7 from 17:23, 5.9 kilometers below sea level. That is our stragglers. Let's get the other ones that are closer to Kilauea itself. We'll start with this top one here, 2.3, yesterday's 21:05, 2.3 kilometers below sea level. And we'll zoom in and get the rest of them. 1.7, 2:01 a.m., 1.9 kilometers down. Then we've got another 1.9, 6:43 a.m., 1.3 kilometers down. And this is a 1.8, 17:20 is the time on it. And that's 1.9 kilometers down. Next one, 1.8 from 3:08 a.m., 400 meters down below sea level, that is. 1.8 from 7:26, 700 meters below sea level. Then this guy here, 1.7 from 17:56, 500 meters above sea level. Ah, interesting. Okay. That's getting closer to the floor of the caldera. And this is our last one, 2.0 from 2:23 a.m. Or Hawaii time. It'd be actually from yesterday at 11:23 p.m. Or 23:23 p.m. Anyway, 1.7 kilometers below sea level. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Sue. So that's our earthquakes there. We see one that is of real interest, being right in the caldera, and only 500 meters above sea level. So makes you wonder. Doctors want to give you pharmaceuticals for them. Oh, Pharmaceuticals can be fun, can't they? Nah, don't worry about it. Anyway, that's our earthquakes for right now, and thank you everyone for hanging around for those. Let's go take a look at our SO2 map. I'm actually going to see what I can do here. I've got my computer revving up a little bit. Hard to hear over the fans though. And let's see. Yeah, I'm just double checking Fuego, and Fuego's still doing exactly what it was doing. Looks like still lava pouring off the other side. But anyway, let's get over to our SO2 map. Gonna refresh that real quick and have a look and see what we've got. Hopefully this report will be relatively fast before the break. So real quick, looking at what we've got here on the Kamchatka Peninsula, pretty normal. We do know we've got some active volcanoes, Shivlush, Bezimiani, Klayashevsky, and then maybe Kurinci there as well. But I don't know, not, is it Kurinci? No. The other one, I forgot now, boy. Anyway, this is an older plume, so that's drifted away from there. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about anything right now. I'm going to go through this real quick. Clear in most of Canada. Clear in most of the U.S. Not till you get down here. We do see that we've got some nasty stuff going on there. Popocatepetl, of course. And this plume, I'm not sure what that's from. But I did hear about the fires. Yeah, Karibsky. Yeah, Shivlesh, Bezimiani, and Karibsky. Thank you, Sue. There were some extra SO2 causes here. On the side of the volcano somewhere, there was a very large forest fire, and there was a talk of other forest fires happening in a couple other places there in Mexico. So some of those plumes could be from the fires. And that, of course, is kind of circulating around here, staying in the wonderful area of the Gulf of Mexico. And not seeing too much from Nevado del Ruz. This plume still coming out. That was what we've seen from yesterday. Not sure if that's all from Sangay, but it is there. And Sabancaya definitely producing this. And we can see that going all the way across and ending up into the other areas, going all the way into the Atlantic. The stuff from Chile doing its normal routine, getting into Argentina, causing a mess. White Isle volcano very low. The refineries doing their thing. Coking plants doing their thing. Tofua still there, active. Yasur doing its thing. Aoba and Gawa still working away. And our friends out here in Papua New Guinea still doing their thing. Ruoltolak still working away and being pushed to the west. And then, of course, we've got Semeru, Merapi, and then, of course, Krakatau. Everyone wants to blame Krakatau for this, but it's Jakarta that's responsible. The other ones look pretty light. Ibu and Dakono still there. Mayon, Bulasan are still doing their thing. And, of course, Taal volcano right there. And the rest is from people pollution. Moving up, I'm not going to worry about Taiwan. Looking at what we've got here, this would be coming from Suwanoshi-jima, and the elevated levels around here from Sakura-jima going up, looking at Aso. Not so bad from Aso today, right in there. And sliding up a little bit more, looking at where we see a little bit elevated from Asama-san. Where's my Tokyo? Tokyo's there. Yeah, Asama-san in here. But I think some of that is from other places as well, because I don't believe Asama-san is putting out that much SO2. But that is it for there. We already did the Kamchatka Peninsula. I'm not going to worry about that. India looks pretty normal. South Africa, gold refineries, and DR Congo doing its thing. Eruption barely visible. Oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Iran doing their thing. And lo and behold, we've got a bigger plume here. We see that coming off of Mount Etna area, and of course Stromboli would be helping with that. Same thing with our wonderful Volcano. And that's it. So the rest of the stuff up north, residual from Shivelish from its eruption. We'll leave it as that. I'm going to go take a break. It is a break time. Thank you, Sue. Good thing you're on top of that. Otherwise, I'd forget. Anyway, let's put you back over here. I'm going to put this back on, since this is better than canned lava. This is live canned lava. No, that is Fuego in Guatemala. And we'll see if it does any more tricks today for us. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to take a break. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Play nice up on the mountain, and don't get into an area where you're going to get in trouble. Okay? That has happened before. We've seen lava bombs flying way, way far away. Hey, look, it's starting to erupt. There comes some lava bombs now. Enjoy it. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that. Thanks. there we go. The microphone is back on for our final round, and we're gonna go all the way through it here and get it over with. So, welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board still. And I gotta run. Not good. Auto incorrect. Change it. Okay. Take care, Susie, and thank you, Sue, and Ken in Aska's Country, and Mars 2028 for the welcome backs, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. Very melodious, Sharon. You've got a wonderful voice. Oh, one day you're going to send me that recording and it ain't going to sound anything like me, is it? All right. Take care, Susie. Anyway, let's get back. Where were we? We'll make this smaller. We'll go back over here. Click on this button. No, we didn't want that button. We wanted his friend. His friend, of course, was right there. Ventuski. Let's zoom that out a little bit. This is our current weather map. And look at that, all that hot air in there. Anyway, Alaska, not bad. We are now looking at some pretty good temperatures there, up to 8 degrees in some places. Coastal areas, perhaps even a little bit warmer. Who knows? Don't see anything warmer than 8. Oh, there's a 9 in there. So, all right, that's all cool. And Yukon doing about the same as Alaska. We do see Northwest Territories, so up to 20 degrees in some places along the border regions. It looks like British Columbia has warmed up, in the interior northeastern portions quite warm as well. Interior anywhere 19 to 22 or so there. That's not bad. Looks like it's a little colder down in the mountain region, and about 15 in Vancouver. Bob's temperature about 12 or 13 over there on the rock. Seeing the very high temps there in Kelowna, sitting at 27 degrees. Kamloops about 21 right now. Osoyo's about 22. Going over here into this Alberta place, 25 degrees here in Edmonton. 21 in Calgary, and 21 there in Lethbridge. Let's see, Medicine Hat, no, Swift Current. We see 19 there in Swift Current for Kananaskis Country. Moving over a little bit more, we see Winnipeg, 12, 13 degrees, and looks like about 9 or 10 or so there for Judy M. We are still seeing this high sitting up over here. It used to be a low, but it's a high now, and that's sitting over the Hudson's Bay. That cold stuff here is going to break. It's got to be breaking pretty soon. We do still see quite cold around the Great Lakes. Toronto coming in at 8, London about 7, Detroit is a little bit warmer at 9, Chicago hitting about 12 or thereabouts, 11 or 12 over there for Henry as well. Montreal looking like about 7 degrees, Quebec 5, down to 0 in some spots there in New Brunswick. But the border regions and the rest are mostly about 4 degrees. 6 in Halifax today. Cole Harbour looks like about 5 or 6 as well. Oh, 7. Okay, maps off slightly. -1, -2 there in Newfoundland for the colder parts. Out here in the Avalon Peninsula, about 3 degrees Celsius. Not bad. Let's go over to the other side real quick. Portland coming in at 11. Sliding down, San Jose coming in at about 12, Sacramento being about 14, 15, LA coming in at about 13. I wonder what the other areas here. San Francisco only about 10, Oakland 11. Not that warm there. How come? That is bad. They got to warm up sooner or later. 13 in Los Angeles, or 14. Death Valley actually only about 22. There's up to 24 in that valley though, so not that bad. We do see Las Vegas sitting at about 15, 16. Mexicali, not so warm today, about 18. Looks like 22 in Phoenix. That's reasonable. Tucson, 22. Let's go down here. Texas starting to get warm. 25 in Corpus Christi, 24, 25, 26 there in San Antonio, depending on where you hold your hamster. And we got 24 in Houston, Austin coming in at 25, Dallas 23, going up to Oklahoma City. We see 14 degrees over there, Little Rock, Arkansas 19, and New Orleans coming in at 23. Going down to the bottom end, 24, 25 in Miami. Orlando coming in at about 23. Jacksonville 20. And not that warm there in Atlanta, 15, roughly 16 in some spots. Charlotte, North Carolina 13. The Grandma Bee's house about 12 right now. Virginia Beach 13. Going up here. Baltimore sitting at 11 and 9 in Philadelphia. 9 or 10 there in New York, and Boston coming in at about 6. Brr. And going down here we see Cancun about 27. Real quick scan to see what we got. 32, 33 degrees there for the Yucatan areas. Acapulco coming in at 29. Mexico coming in, Mexico City that is, 18 and 19 degrees maybe. And a real quick scan through here, see what we got for high temperatures. Looks like 35 was the highest I've seen out of there so far. No 37s right now, so they've cooled off just a tad. Yeah, 35. Okay, carrying on down the coastline here, we see moderate temperatures all the way through. Let's see what we've got here. Colombia. Up to about 32 degrees. The rest are pretty normal. The jungly area is 24 to about 26 degrees, 27 closer to Venezuela. Venezuela looks like 28 or so for the most part in many places. Higher elevations, of course, are going to be colder. Pretty normal for what we see there in Peru. In Ecuador, normal stuff. And zooming out a little bit, looking around, we see a little cooler in the Amazon Valley there today at about 24, 25. We do see colder stuff there in Brazil again, 22 degrees. Sao Paulo coming in at about 17. Looks like, what do we got? 19 to about, well, 18 to about 21. Oh, make that 16 to about 21 for Paraguay. And we'll get to Argentina second. Looking at 19 for the high and about 11 for the low there in Uruguay. And Paysandú about 17 degrees right now. And Buenos Aires coming in about 14, 15, 16 degrees, depending on where you hold that hamster again. We still see that low cold sitting in there, but it looked like it warmed up a little bit in some places in that area in Argentina, but still cold down in the south. Chile, of course, is very chilly all the way down. Let's slide over to New Zealand and see what we've got here today in Christchurch. 14 up to 17, 18 down to the south end of the island. We see that low is helping bringing some of that warm air down. Wellington coming in at about 18 right now. If we zoom in a little bit, Hastings coming in at 19, and Taupo about 16 right now. Bay of Plenty looks like about 18 or 19 for the most part, not bad. Auckland about 19 as well, sliding up on the peninsula, 18, 19 degrees. That's not too bad. Let's go over to Tasmania and see how cold it is. 14 in Hobart, and looks like they are getting some cold west winds. 11, 12 degrees in some of those places. I've got 13 up north here. It looks like the warmer place is up there in that top corner, northeast corner at 14, 15 degrees. Melbourne coming in at 17. Better start that barbecue, Mr. Leo. 15 at Adelaide, that's a lot cooler. 20 there in Sydney, and our wonderful Oz has got temperature of about 23, 24, 25 degrees maybe. And here we are seeing some of the warm temps up to about 34 degrees is what we see up there. Do we see any 35s? Do we tie with Mexico? No. No, we don't. What about over here? Nope, in the high 30s, but or low 30s. I mean, 20 in Perth, just like yesterday. Looking at Fiji, pretty normal. Same with New Caledonia, Vanuatu. I'm not going to worry about those places. 31, 32 there in Papua New Guinea. And that is pretty normal. Oh, I see a 33 on this side as well. So nothing really unusual there. Up to 33 degrees in eastern Indonesian areas here as well. Looks like quite warm on these islands. They are definitely getting into their hot season. Definitely somewhere around 30 degrees for a lot of Java. 28, 29 for Sumatra for the most part. Sliding up here looking for the hot stuff. 34 degrees in Bangkok. 35 in the interior. Oh, I see a 36 in here. So looks like Thailand is got the record if that 36 becomes visible again. There it is. 36 in Thailand. What about up here? 35. Myanmar, come on, Myanmar, Thailand, no, no, okay, there, what island is that? 38 degrees, that's our hot spot today, 38 degrees, wow, we got 35 in the Philippines here, so quite some decent temperatures, 35 down here in the bottom end of Taiwan. Wow. Kagoshima coming in at about 22 degrees. There we go. Tokyo 24, 25. And really nice in there. Actually for Japan, some warm temperatures. 17 in Sapporo. Moving up a little bit more. Looking at what we see here. That low is being nasty, keeping it cool, but looks like up to 8 degrees in the lower elevations of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Oh, and looks like a minus 3 is about the coldest I've seen there if we scan through it very quickly. So that's what we got over there. 25 right now in Delhi. Yeah, pretty normal there in Sri Lanka. I'm not going to worry about the rest. Unless there's some high heat there somewhere. No, up to 30 in some of those places. Madagascar looks pretty normal, a little on the cool side on the bottom. Cape Town 13, 14 degrees, not so good. Single digits in a lot of places in South Africa. Still very cool in the south central regions, but starts to warm up as soon as you get back in the jungle areas. And here is a run for the money. And we are not seeing anything that is going to hit 38 degrees, so China is holding it. And that is what we got. So that is okay there. Cairo coming in at 23 degrees. UAE pretty normal, up in the low to mid 20s. Oman mid to high 20s. Saudi Arabia doing its thing. Up to 28, 29 degrees there. Coastal areas, of course, are going to be a little bit warmer again, right? Riyadh, 21. Turkey, looking a little better than what we had before. Eastern side, very little on the really cold stuff. Malatya coming in at 10 degrees. Adana sitting at 17 right now. That's pretty awesome. Let's see what Piggy's got. Piggy's got about 17 degrees right now. I'm thinking. We'll see what the map says. Athens sitting at about 15 right now. And, she's only got 15? Well, I guess that's okay. And Redanzo over here, I'm calling it 6 or 7 or 8 degrees. How about that? 7 degrees. All right, that is like what they say there. Okay. Cantonia 15 right now, and of course going up, looking at Naples 15, Rome going up to about 13 right now, and Milano sitting at 14 degrees, sliding over, looking at Madrid 15 or 14 there, and Lisbon at 15. Aurelio's place only 9. We see at Tanto's place there 13 right now. Nice. And 13 in Paris. Munich has 9. Frankfurt is 12 or 13. Cologne 13. Yvonne Kunkel's house 14. And that'll be okay. Belgium, Brussels is 13. Luxembourg 11 or 12. Amsterdam up to 13. A little cooler out in the north with 9 or 10. Berlin coming in at about 9. Hamburg about 8. Copenhagen is about 5 or 6 degrees. And Aarhus about 7. And looking at Oslo about -2. St. Petersburg is 0. Moscow coming in at about 4 or 5. Over to England we go. London coming in roughly at 12. Wales is anywhere from 10 to 12. Leeds looking at about 8. Glasgow up here at 6. Aberdeen 7. And down to about 2 or 3 there in some of the highlands. Looking at Dublin, 11 degrees. We got about 11 for Doolin as well. It says 11 over here. Can't be 10, Sue. No way. It's got to be 11. I'm kidding. And let's see. It looks like warmer air there in Reykjavik at 9 degrees. It says 8 degrees. Depends on where you hold your hamster. But that's what we've got there for temperatures. Let's take a look at precipitation. And we're going to make this quick as well. We see some rain stuff on that low and this low, bringing rain into areas that don't want any more. And like Vancouver Island's getting some rains. Looks like Portland might be getting some rain. Looks like that's going to move into Seattle area as well. We do see a few spots of showers in British Columbia and in the mountains here towards Calgary. Looking at the rest of the prairie provinces, nothing. There's some small storms around the Great Lakes, and that is pretty much normal. And getting over the eastern side, looks like it may be raining there in Nova Scotia a little bit in New Brunswick as well, and over here on the Avalon Peninsula. Looking at the New York area, that still some storms in there. Pennsylvania also getting a little bit, as well as Maine up here, and some in New Hampshire. And sliding over on the other side, though, I do see Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and some of those places. Pretty much every state out here has got a little bit of stormy activity, including California. And we see stuff here in Colorado, and looks like Nebraska and South Dakota, Minnesota, and then of course here around Oklahoma and in Texas, stormy stuff. Yeah, and that is going to be in there. Arkansas's got a bunch of it as well. So these are relatively small storms, though, so that is okay. Why is Windows Defender telling me that it didn't find anything right in between while I'm doing my show? And I scanned the system earlier. I hate that. Windows Defender, go away. Anyway, we see some stuff here in Mexico, right around Mexico City, and southern Mexico as well, getting some showers. Looks like Costa Rica is getting some stuff from the eastern side. The same thing with Panama. Let's zoom out a little bit. Looks like Venezuela's dry. French Guiana's dry. Those areas. But Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and of course the jungle basins here are pretty wet, getting their rain. And of course, a good chunk of Brazil is dry. Bottom end, though, getting some storms. Paysandu has got no rain, but we do see some stormy activity there in northern portions of Argentina. And then, of course, along the Chilean coast, it is what it is. And that looks pretty nasty, this low ridge there. And here is what I figured. That is that low pushing over, and it did get over there to New Zealand, and we see that whole thing basically covering all of New Zealand. That will continue to move eastward in natural progression. So the next few days for New Zealand are not going to be so nice unless you're a duck. And then we've got some stuff out here in the American Samoas and Tonga area, some rain in Fiji and those places. And look at this, pretty nasty ridge coming along here. That's why it's so darn cold. Adelaide on downward through Tasmania, getting a rain. Let's see, Papua New Guinea, yeah, rain. How about Eastern Indonesia? Yeah, rain. How about not so much rain on Java? That's okay. How about a whole bunch of rain on Sumatra? And Singapore getting a bunch of rain. I heard Singapore is a wet place. And these other islands, including what we see here in the Philippines are getting rain, and China's got a bunch of rain. Looks like Korea, both north and south, has got rain, and looks like some rain, stormy stuff out there in the Sea of Japan and the East China Sea as well. And here's that nasty low on the bottom of the Kamchatka Peninsula doing its thing. Not happy for those people. And of course, a rainy season in India, and Sri Lanka's getting it too. So that is what we've got going on there. And looking at the southern end of Africa, not bad. It looks like they are starting to get into a little bit more of a dry season, and we don't see very much rain other than the jungle areas. And yep, desert looks pretty dry. A little bit of rain here. I'm surprised that we are seeing rain in Yemen, but the rest of the areas, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, and the other countries here, what is that? Syria? Yeah, I think so. But Piggy's area, yep, Piggy gonna get some rain, and looks like it's gonna rain there for a little while. Mind you, she needs that rain. They need that rain badly, so it's a welcome sight. Crete is getting some rain there as well. We see a little bit on the top of the boot of Italy, but nothing there in Sicily, nothing in the rest of Italy. Very, very little along the coastline here in Spain and Portugal. Nantes getting some rain there in France, that area. Germany looks pretty dry, pretty much dry there in Denmark. We do see Poland has got some rain up in the northern sections. Looking at what we see for Finland, some snow patches. Sweden, pretty much nothing. And then we get up into the northern Norwegian fjords are being bombarded. And here's one of the lows sitting on top of England and Ireland and Wales. And yep, variable rain all over the place. Even Holland is getting some of that. So hopefully that's not too bad for those people. Here's another low coming in. I wonder if that combined, those three lows came into one maybe. That might be what happened. And what the heck is going on here? Nice weather if you're a duck in Iceland. And you know what? This may be what is causing some of our earthquakes. If it's raining really heavily, that could be causing some water infiltration, getting some of that ice to move. And if that's the case, that could be what is causing those earthquakes. Just saying, because we don't know yet. But that's what we got going on, and looks pretty nasty there in Iceland. Snow, of course, in Greenland, and we got that low sitting up here in northern Canada, making weather miserable for those good people. And let's see what we've got for a cold temperature down on the bottom end here. Down at the, hey, who said it's the bottom end? This might be the top, and we might be up here on the bottom. And so far, 72 degrees below freezing. 73. Let's see what we got. 73. Oh, I seen some colder temps in here. 71, 75, 74, 75. Yikes. Not that. Oh, minus 80. Did I just see that right? Minus 82. There's a minus 85, minus 86. Are you kidding me? Minus 86. Oh my God. Atoms don't move very fast at that temperature. Minus 86. Minus 87? You're kidding me. Oh, minus 88? No way. Minus 88 degrees Celsius. What is that in Fahrenheit? Somebody convert that. Minus 88 Celsius. What is that in Fahrenheit? Seriously. I had that on here. It's in here somewhere. There's that 87. I had that minus 88 showing here. That is just unreal. Yeah, there it is, a minus 88. What is that in Fahrenheit? Anyone? It's a tie so far. Yeah, I think the atoms stopped moving in my fingers just looking at the screen. Minus 88. That is nuts. Yeah, sorry for being crude, but that is seriously, that is crazy. 126.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's it. I'm not searching anymore. I'm getting frostbite just thinking about it. That is absolutely cold. And no wonder nobody wants to live there. And that is it for today's show, ladies and gentlemen. That is all we're going to do. It's time to wrap it up. Let's go and put it back over here. Well, a shaky fuego. Let's make that a little bigger, and let's shake it out of the rest of the way for today. Very windy there. So yeah, it looks like we've tied there, Sue, if you got a minus 88 as well. And thank you for finding that cold temperature. And wow, that is just absolutely crazy. And I don't know how anything. Well, that's why there's no settlements down there, I guess. Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up for today, you guys, and that is all. And thank you for the tie. Sue is heading off to go feed the animals in the cold places, and you are welcome, everyone. And thank you for being here, everyone. I really do appreciate it. Thank you all for hitting the wonderful like button. I see we are at 92, so far on my screen, and we do have 21 people still in here. I want to say a big thank you to Barbara for throwing in 2 small super chats, as well as one gift, and also thank you to Grandma B and one fish 26 for gifting a membership as well. So we had 3 memberships, 1 new one, and 2 tiny super chats. Thank you for that wonderful support, you guys. So at least that pays the power bill for today to the stream, and that is all I'm really after. So although I wouldn't mind if somebody super chatted me a couple $1 million, that would really be nice, and then I could go down to Fuego and see what's going on. Anyway, let's leave it as that. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and be just smiling people. For those wonderful moderators, thank you, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. Awesome job as always. Appreciate you guys. And Penumbra lunar eclipse in 12 hours. Gary, don't tell me what you got. I don't need any. I think there's a pill for that, or a shot maybe. Oh, I'm kidding. All right. So you got a lunar eclipse in 12 hours. Cool. That'll be good. Anyway, on those friendly notes, it's a time to wrap up, you guys. Oh man, I stirred up so much dust looking at the metro car now that I can't stop sneezing. Don't sneeze too much. You're supposed to be reading your checklist before you take off. Anyway, not available in the Americas. Darn it! Why do you always do that, Gary? It's not even available here. It's only seen on TV, on the pirate channels. Anyway, be good, be kind, take care, everyone. Thank you all for being here. You guys are all awesome. And let's see what we can do to see if Fuego does some more wonderful things. Anyway, tomorrow I do have a little job I have to go out on. I do have one service call for the other company yet, so I'll be doing that in the morning. But other than that, looks like my weekend looks pretty darn clear, and I'm hoping to win that lottery. And on those friendly notes, it's time to wrap it up. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, please, don't forget, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, so have yourselves a wonderful evening, and we'll see everyone then. Oink, oink.